Oh boy, guys. Oh boy. I went to my favorite clothing store the other day with my friends, and I had a great time. And I have to say, I had a great time, fantastic time with my friends. Oh boy. However, make sure to like and subscribe and donate if you enjoy the content. We're a whole 0 seconds into the stream, and if this is the content of your life, okay, make sure to give me money. How much do you make? Minimum wage, 20, 30, 40,000 a year? You don't need that. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I'm a birthday boy. You would not donate to a guy wearing glasses, would you? What? Huh? Who? I make $0 a day. You bum. Happy birthday, Tiffany Swan. Uh, there was a lot of NB posting in chat. What's your opinion on NB? I mean, there can't really be any such thing as an NB drip, right? If we talk about NB drip, then at that point we're doing the like NB as a third gender thing, you know? Have you ever seen those like the like corporate shit where it's like I remember it with Uber where they were like get a ride from drivers who are women or non-binary, and it's like motherfucker, when you say non-binary, you mean AFAB, bitches, okay? You don't don't lie. You're not having a fucking NB who looks like me in that goddamn service, okay? Just you might as well just say like pussy driver. Like this driver got a certified bio pussy, you know? And at that point like it's more honest, you know? Wow, you spent that much, huh? Yeah, the unfortunate thing is that the clothing that I got at my favorite clothing store is all like really high quality, but it's not ostentatious, so it doesn't really show on stream, you know? Like, for example, this shirt that I'm wearing right now is really nice. It's really, really nice. But you can't, like, on stream, it's just like, oh, it's a shirt, right? So, like, if I told you how much it was, you would be like, what the fuck are you doing? But I can feel the difference. It weighs like 1 microgram. It's insane. It's like, this has like the UV protection of a piece of glass, you know? Like nothing at all. Like nothing at all. Like nothing at all. Mr. Slyn, I'm sure you know how I feel about all that. What the fuck? 2D Siggy, don't... What? I'm not reading all that. Good lord. Oh, don't you worry, honey. Glass has terrible UV protection. Yeah, that's the point. This shirt is really thin. Thanks, Tiffany Swan. I had to buy a business suit for interviews, and it made me realize you were right. Those suits are trash. There's nothing innately wrong with a business suit, right? The issue is just like if you go to men's, like men's warehouse or whatever. It's like a lowest common denominator. Did I do my taxes? Yes, I did file my taxes, Tempest. Is it good that OJ died? Seems messed up to say, but like, didn't he commit some weird ass crimes? Wow, Parish bitch, thank you for making everyone in chat older than, I don't know, 26, 27 feel old. That, 9/11, isn't that like a market? Like at a gas station? Like, no, 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 that's great. It was called the case of the century. Yeah. Lamau, I'm 20. We know. Is 500 a good price for a tailored suit? I wanted to get a quote at a local place that seemed a bit cheap to me. Okay, there are three ways you can get a suit, okay? Off the rack, which is you get it off the rack. You can get it tailored a little bit afterwards, but fundamentally the structure of the suit is set, you know? Made to measure, which means that you try on a like fitting suit and then they make adjustments in accordance with your proportions and adjust a template in order to better fit your proportion. And then bespoke, which is they literally fucking make the suit for you, okay? I don't think there's anything wrong with getting stuff off the rack. A lot of it just depends on your proportions and how like how much they conform. Like, for instance, I'm tall and have a long torso, which is to my detriment when it comes to off-the-rack fitting because suit jackets are usually too short for me. But on the plus side, I'm broad and have like a masculine proportion, so my shoulders like flare out more than my hips and stuff. And so like there's pluses and minuses to things both ways, you know? Made to measure wouldn't work for me because you wouldn't really lengthen the jacket in that process, you know? I would just have to get like, I guess, oversized and cut the shoulder, which, yeah, forget that. You know? But 500 really depends on what they're doing, you know? You can ask them specifically what they're doing. I specifically wanted to get a green suit. You're getting a green business suit. Like worsted wool? The Rizzler. Yeah, yeah. Do you mean like forest green or do you mean like Riddler green? A dark forest green can work, John Paul Quiller. Man, AI really has ruined Google search. You can't search for shit anymore, like at all. I think this looks nice. I mean, the fit is terrible, but the color, I mean, like that can work. That's fine. Well, everything is slim fit these days, so who the fuck can... God, fits are terrible. The color goes kind of hard. Yeah, here, let me move down here. There we go. What's that YouTube short of the guy, I think he sounds African. He's this really, really big, beefy black guy who's wearing like a old-fashioned suit, and he's like, if you are wearing skinny pants, you look stupid, or something like that. Does anyone know? Yeah. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Couldn't do the accent. Oh, I found it. I found it. I found it. Wait. I found it. Fucking love this guy. Love this guy's energy.
Look at me. See, look at the way I'm standing. The eye should travel in a straight line from the top to the bottom. And the only way to achieve that is to wear your trousers full. This is not rocket science, guys. This is so simple. Looking at it from the front or from the side. The eye must travel from the top to the bottom in a straight line. That is called silhouette. With your skinny trousers, with those your drain pipe trousers, guess what's going to happen? You wear a jacket and then it cuts you off right here. It cuts you off right here. You look like two parts. You look like Popeye up here, and then down here you look like chicken legs. It just doesn't look right. So when you look at me, the only way to achieve this uniform look is to wear full cut trousers, which pick up your jacket right here at the hips. Got it?
Got it?
Look at me.
Everyone got it? All right, everyone know now? Very important, okay? I think it looks too big for him. No, dude, that's how people used to dress, man. Look. See? That was like the standard cut, you know? Like it varied, obviously, that's full, and like there are tapers or whatever, but the skinny fit thing is like a current thing. Well, it sucked. No, it did, dude. Modern skinny fit sucks so much. Dude, everyone looks ridiculous all the time. You know who knows how to do this properly? Kim. He understands. He understands the real value of full trousers. Meanwhile, look at this. Pathetic. This guy's supposed to be a head of state. He looks like a chicken. Look at this. Ridiculous. Stately? Ridiculous. No, like really, Kim actually has good raised hair. No, no, no. Kim actually dresses pretty well. He showed up recently in like a tan. I don't know if it was recent or if I just saw the picture recently, but yeah, he was in his plantation garb. Why is the image so small? Here we go. There we go. There we go. Hell yes. Looking good. The hat brings the vibe together. He looks fantastic, you know? I'm genuinely not kidding. It runs in the family. There's Dad. Actually, they all have full trousers. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Judaism, maybe without being corrupted by decadent Western capitalist values like skinny trousers, you know? Maybe, uh, you know, the Kim dynasty is actually protecting the true Korean people from that infectious idea. Here's how the TPRK can still win, exactly. Oh, and in case you're wondering, okay, Vosh, well, what about his pants in that plantation suit fit? Don't you worry. Don't you worry, he's got you covered. He's a man of the state, whether he's sitting down or standing up. Goddamn tree trunk legs. Motherfucker is ready to hold the weight of the Korean people on his shoulders. Need to show feminine fashion? I don't know shit about feminine fashion. Anyway, yeah, everyone should look like that all the time is what I'm saying. See, I hate this. If it's not a slutty, high-waisted suit like when Mac meets Walter White and ASIP, I don't want it. Oh, wait, shit, hold on. Wait. Fuck, you're right. Can I find an image of that? It's Always Sunny. Mac meets Breaking Bad, because it's both of them. The suit, the gay boy 90s suit. Hell yes. In the It's Always Sunny episode where the gang meets Jesse and Walter. He's wearing a giant 90 like fashion. He's so fucking gay, dude. Jesus Christ. His high-waisted like fashion first oversized 90s suit. It looks so good. He unironically looks so fucking good in this. Remember, men, you too can be this masculine. See, look, his trousers don't look bad on him at all. This is like casual, not business, by the way. So in case you were wondering, but like, look, these are huge, but they don't look bad in him. Though I think they've slid down here. They should be pulled up to around here. Honestly, if you're wearing pants that go this high, you should be wearing them with suspenders, not with a belt. But he still looks good. That was such a fun episode. Yeah. Looks like how Michael Jordan wore suits. Yeah, but he didn't wear them high-waisted, I don't think. The 90s suit fashion was oversized. Oh, no, he did! We need to return. We need to return. A lot of people didn't pull this off, but this shit looks good as hell. Are you kidding me? Hell yes. Like, compared to the way that athletes tend to dress nowadays, where they're like, hey, I have to show off my muscles. How will anyone know that I'm athletic unless I'm wearing a fucking polyester suit that clings to my muscles? God, McGregor looks like such shit in all of his fucking fits, dude. He looks like so awful. Jesus Christ. Can barely move. Look at this. This is from an article entitled 4 Most Stylish Conor McGregor Suit Guide. He can't even move. He's T-posing by default. He raises his arms by 1 inch and the fucking whole suit comes up with. Like, look at this. Jesus Christ. We need to return. We need to return. Oh my god. How will people see how masculine I am unless the suit conforms to my muscles, you know? How will people... Nobody... How can you look big and... How can you look muscular unless it conforms to all of your fucking, muscles, you know? No one... This guy, he looks so feminine, you know? God damn, man. Alright, well... I just said after the spending spree that I went on the other day, I'm gonna need to, like, double down on the streaming. And so far I'm doing a terrible job. When you dress a suit jacket with a tee, should the tee still be boxy? As a general rule, no. If you're wearing a dressier tee, you want them to be more slim-fitting. If you're wearing anything as an underlayer, you want them to be more slim-fitting. That's why tank tops are, like, basically skin-tight, you know? Like rib tank tops. You can wear like baggy layers under baggy layers, but if you're trying to be dressy with a suit jacket, you would want that. NFL athlete showing off African drip. Do you mean like in Africa, or do you mean the Kenta cloth thing?
The NFL player that wears traditional African wear to football games. His name? Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Hell yes.
Today we're going to go through the top 10 looks which...
This is why the West is losing, okay? Because there is not a single, like, Andrew Tate listening, Joe Rogan loving, a so-called alpha male in America who could compete with this, okay? If you're out there at the club and this guy walks up on your bitch wearing his goddamn 80-pound gold chains with his arms hanging out, it's over. It's over. Nice, Puma Thurman. Enjoy your leg movement. About your suspenders with an open jacket suit tip, wouldn't it look strange without a belt? There are pants that are made specifically for suspenders, and the higher waist pants are, the more you don't need a belt. Suspenders are pretty much objectively better than belts anyway, when it comes to the actual job of holding pants up. This is probably AI, but whatever. There are pants that have these buttons on the side that are meant to hook to suspenders. And it works for high-waisted stuff. You know? The reason suspenders got such a bad rap is because a bunch of loser fucking hipsters with, like, denim jeans and curly mustaches started wearing them with low-rise casual pants, as opposed to with high-rise formal pants, which is what they're, like, literally designed to be worn with. Here. Sorry, I couldn't enlarge the image, but see? That looks good. Doesn't need a belt right there. But you'll notice that if you start wearing suspenders with low-rise trousers, all of a sudden they look weird and like shit. See how that looks weird and like shit? Unlike this? That's because these are LARPer suspenders, okay? You know, it's like look at this. Like this is like, these are like LARP suspenders, you know? Like, I'm a manly, masculine man, tradition of the West, Westoid, you know? Manly, manly, manly man, you know? It doesn't work at all because they're wearing it. First of all, these are casual pants. I think these are chinos. Low rise. Like, it doesn't work at all. The point is to accentuate the natural drip, or drape. Well, both, I guess, of the trousers. Here's a good modern example. See? That looks pretty good, right? The whole point is that when the trousers are higher waisted, they're supposed to kind of billow out around the waist to give you a consistent silhouette, like that really big African guy with a three-piece suit had. Suspenders help with that. Tie seems short. Well, that's just a style thing. The tie thing is a style thing. I'm talking about the trousers and suspenders, you know. Focus up. Focus up. If I ever had a proper suit, like a business suit, I think I would want it to be like this, you know? Unworsted wool with suspenders. Though these should be belted pants technically, but it's still fine. I'd have to, like, I don't even know who tailors stuff like that anymore, man. Fucking $5 million for a suit. Did you change your mind on disliking suspenders? Well, it's just they have to be used properly. You know, there's literally no reason to wear them with like shit like this. This is just like LARP clothing, you know? Why? Business suits are not meant to be trendy. Well, I'm also not a businessman, so for me it would be more about like looking like, you know, drippy. It kind of makes his torso look short though. Having a short looking torso makes you look more masculine because it accentuates the V shape. The masculine proportion, the masculine form, is defined largely by the breadth of the shoulder as compared to the width of the waist. It makes you look taller and more proportionally broad if your pants come up to the waist and then taper out. Like, I'll ask you, who has a more masculine looking torso? This guy right here or this guy? See, when your pants are low rise, that means they go down to where the hip extends out. This guy's torso looks like a box because he has a narrow waist, but then the hips jut out here, and that's where the pants go. Whereas with this guy, his pants taper here at the narrowest part of his torso, right here at the waist. So his shoulders look massive in comparison, giving him a very exaggerated triangle shape. They both kind of look like dorks, IMO. Well, girls like that. Thoughts on bodybuilders in suits? Fine, as long as they, you know, dress well. How do you feel about these suspenders? Good, because he's wearing them properly. See? Those are high-waisted pants. Also, nice stripe on stripe. Looks good. I mean, everyone agrees he looked good in those movies. Right? Let's see Paul Allen's suspenders. Yeah, exactly. Of course, you'll notice that in American Psycho, you never see that stupid triangle down here of his shirt peeking out underneath his jacket. That's because he's wearing high-waisted pants. Double-breasted suit. Looking good. Nobody wears these anymore, which is a shame. Classic tailoring proportions right there. See? It all comes together. People like this kind of suit construction. They just don't do it anymore, you know? Like, you can tell right away, this is from, like, a costume, or, like, hey, here's how to dress like him, or whatever. Notice how this is wrong? Right away, can't you tell? Can't you tell right away? This is some, like, AI, here's how you dress, or whatever. It's too tight now? Yeah, it's too tight. It's not the right material either, you know? But also, it's too tight. The buttoning point's wrong. Proportioned wrong. It's just not good tailoring. All right. This is getting ridiculous. I say, fully aware of the fact that I'm entirely the problem here. Um, have you seen the new YouTube layout they're testing? Yes. You are the problem? I know. The double-breasted suit looks terrible in American Psycho because it's too large. I like larger double-breasted suits, personally. But I agree that it's not his strongest fit in the movie. World's strongest man in a suit. Yeah, I'm sorry, this is bad. Again, this is slim fit. I mean, I know it doesn't look like slim fit because it's on him, but this is slim fit. You know, a guy this big does not need the sleeves to contour to his body in order to demonstrate that he's strong. Hot because he can't fit in it, TBH. Jesus, for a minute. Okay, that aside. Well, no, it's facetious. He's getting it custom tailored anyway, you know? Can we get to politics now? Yeah, I suppose. I think that guys with these proportions should wear double-breasted suits so they can goon max, you know? I want them to wear, like, pinstripe double-breasted suits and a fedora so they can go, all right, boss. You said it, boss. We'll take care of him, boss. That's right, boss. You know, that kind of thing. I think that would work. Rattle 'em, boys. You got it, boss. All right, sorry. That's enough. I'm not paying back my fucking Buck Mason bills this way. So this orange juice guy is dead. Apparently he played football. But people just talk about him, you know, with regards to the whole murder thing, you know? Honestly, it's been so long since I've learned anything about O.J. Simpson. The last thing that I remember of O.J. Simpson was he was doing these, like, prison video updates because he was in, like, the lowest security prison, you know? Anyway, the juice is loose. Loose in heaven, that is. Incredibly famous case where he got off from a murder he basically definitely committed. Does anyone else think that, like, it would ultimately be funny if he didn't do it and all of this was just a bit like, what if he just had the worst vibes of all time? You know, what if he was just like the most guilty looking and acting and seeming and behaving human alive, and he just like he's baffled, like he doesn't understand why people don't believe him, you know? It'd be so fucking funny if it turned out he was innocent. Yeah, I'm really hoping that sometime in the next decade, some forensic evidence somehow, like, completely exonerates him somehow, you know, just so we can. It would be like if somebody could concretely prove that Michael Jackson never did anything wrong at all, like concretely, you know, 100%, and all of the insane shit with bringing children over to the Neverland Ranch was literally just him being so autistic he didn't understand what was wrong with it, and just like, and just the whole thing was a misunderstanding, you know. Didn't he make a book about how he did it? No. He made a book about how he would have done it if he had did it, you know? Which is just such a good bit. Yeah, like, yeah, literally, like, no. If I had been the one to kill her, this is how I would have done it, you know? It's insane. The whole thing, there's a reason why he held the national spotlight for so long. And later, Simpson led 5 men he barely knew to confrontation. 2 men Simpson guns. Yeah, he got convicted of armed robbery later and just ended up being. He chilled in prison for a bit and he was doing like video updates from prison. I've basically spent a conflict-free life, you know, said Simpson, whose parole ended in late 2021. Armed robbery and also the whole murder thing, you know. He had to pay a massive lawsuit for that book. Well, good thing he had a lot of money. Yeah, for him to go to jail for something like entirely unrelated. Public fascination with Simpson never faded. Many debated whether he had been punished in Las Vegas for his acquittal in Los Angeles. Well, that's not legal. You know, he stole cookies while in prison that extended his sentence. Is that true? Is that a joke? Did he actually get his sentence extended by stealing cookies? I don't know if that's true or not. What if it is? I'm going to believe it. I'm choosing to believe it. 12 years later, after an outpouring of public outrage, Rupert Murdoch canceled a planned book by News Corp-owned HarperCollins in which O.J. Simpson offered his hypothetical account of the killings. It was to be titled, If I Did It. Goldman's family still doggedly pursuing the multi-million-dollar wrongful death judgment, won control of the manuscript. They retitled the book, If I Did It, Confessions of the Killer. Oh, okay, sorry. That was my... I misremembered. It was supposed to be called If I Did It, which is insane. and then the murdered's family got the manuscript. Yeah, they put the if really small in the cover. Hold on. If I did it book cover. I did it. Confessions of the Killer. The spite. Oh my god. Oh fuck, that's so funny. Yeah, with exclusive commentary, quote, he did it. Yeah. Look into the older cover, it blends into the background. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, this is the original that I was familiar with. Yeah. If I did it, and the if is, like, cloaked. Like the if has engaged its fucking optical camouflage to blend into the background. It's got the halo, cloaking module. Here's the cookie story. O.J. Simpson cookie crime, former NFL star reportedly steals sweets in prison. Let him out. Let him be free. If it's a crime to steal a tasty treat while in prison, then send us all to prison. Yeah, me in prison. This is what they get me for, you know? Stealing a delicious, tasty treat from a bakery. Here's the modern cover. Man, they really just kept finding new ways, huh? The spite of the murdered's family, of the victim's family. If I did it. Remarkable. Never letting this go. I wonder if they're going to start publishing it with, like, less manipulative titles, or less manipulative formatting? Now that he's dead? Not like she's any less dead. Well, they're both equally dead now. Did you know Fred Hampton reportedly got arrested originally for stealing ice cream? I knew I liked that guy. You're saying in the end nothing mattered? Yes, in the end, the lesson to learn from this is that everyone dies eventually, so nothing matters. Exactly. That's so true. One of the artifacts of his murder trial, the carefully tailored tan suit he wore when he was acquitted, was later donated and placed on display in the newsroom in Washington, D.C. Simpson had been told the suit would be in the hotel room in Las Vegas, but it turned out it wasn't there. You guys can't even imagine how big of a deal this was. My favorite OJ moment? I think I remember this.
After we finished filming, OJ said to me that he had a surprise for me, and I genuinely was surprised. I think it was his idea of a joke, and this is it.
Classic bit from the classic bitmaster O.J. Simpson, you know? The funniest man to ever kill somebody. Yeah, that's Riz. You don't understand. He was also defended by Alan Dershowitz. Oh, yeah, that's true. Alan Dershowitz, a.k.a. Giga Hitler. Yeah. This was the, this guy's the pedophile, right? Who looks like the Chudjack? He's a pedo, right? Or am I thinking of another? He said they're done the pedo thing? Yeah, he defended, like, pedophilia multiple times and has continued to defend it throughout his career. Big defender of Israel. Friends with Trump. He was actually considered by Israel for the position of being their defense in the International Court of Justice trial for genocide brought by South Africa. No, he was on the Epstein log. He was on the Epstein log. He defended Epstein, and he's explicitly defended pedophilia and defended lowering the age of consent. I think there's this guy's done everything. You know, frankly, he's this guy has been all about the place. Yeah, truly the pedophile of all time. Why does he look like he just got a whiff of shit? He looks like that. He just looks like that. Remember when OJ joined Twitter in 2019? Yeah, it was great. Those were like the best days of the site.
Now, there's a lot of fake OJ accounts out there, so this one, at the real OJ32, is the only official one. So this should be a lot of fun. I got a little getting even to do. So God bless. Take care.
OJ Simpson launched Twitter post where he said he's got a little getting even to do. I didn't realize this was a fucking news clip. I just thought it was the video. Alright, okay. Fuck, that's funny. Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman were stabbed to death on the night of June 12th. Really? Is that true? I'm just hearing about this. You gotta understand, man, the murder trial for O.J. Simpson was like national news. Does anyone remember from the Internet Historian video learning about how that guy who got trapped in the sand cave was like Congress stopped a session to listen to it? Like, it was on that level. Like literally everyone was hanging on it moment by moment. The weird thing, too, is that, like, obviously it was pretty heavily racialized because we're talking about a murder trial of a black man killing a white, you know, like, it's not, like, it was pretty heavily racialized, but weirdly, at the same time, I feel like it wasn't racialized the way you would think it was racialized, if that makes any sense. Like, you would think modern-day white racists would hate O.J. Simpson more than anyone because he would be like, you know, because he would be like, a black guy who killed, right? Like you and got away with it. You would think that he would be like, you know, reviled, but weirdly not so much. Like the white supremacist narrative didn't like it. It wasn't used in that case as much as you would think. I feel like I'm not saying it wasn't at all. I'm just saying that okay, right now today, if a black man murdered a white woman who he was with and got away with it in a very public murder trial, the like Republicans would be running on extrajudicially assassinating him. Like Republican governors in the state that he committed the crime in would be running off of like, and we'll bring that, you know, we'll bring him to justice. Like that would be like a thing, you know? But yeah, I don't know. I'll give you a hint. The victim's last name is Goldman. Yeah, but the woman. And then, yeah, and then there's the police chase. The police chase! Hear what experts think about people buying gold bars at Costco. You know what? I will. I will hear about that in a second. I'm kind of curious.
I'm going to have to interrupt this call. I understand we're going to go to a live picture in Los Angeles. Is that correct? Okay, this is Interstate 5, and this is courtesy of KCALR, one of our LA affiliates. Police believe that O.J. Simpson is in that car. Now they're telling me that they believe that this vehicle is registered to Al Cowling's one.
You know, my family used to meet with Larry King all the time. Not like meet with, but he had a like great grandson or maybe grandson who was on the Beverly Hills like kids baseball team or whatever. So there would be games where we'd see him and my brother would play. Oh, damn, really? Yeah. Like, not now. He's dead now. And my brother's like not a kid anymore, which is crazy.
One of O.J.'s oldest friends, a teammate at Southern Cal. And they believe that Al Cowling, who's the other person they're looking for, who was with O.J. earlier today, they believe, again, they...
Like, in terms of fame, this would be like, like, what would compare to that? This would be like Taylor Swift, like, killing someone and then going on a car chase. I don't even know what, like, the comparable level of fame would need to be to like, warrant the level of attention. LeBron? No, I don't even think LeBron would warrant this level of attention like right now, because LeBron's career is, you know, I'm gonna, pardon me for not knowing much about sports, guessing mostly behind him. John Cena. I don't think John Cena either. I think it would have to be like Kim Kardashian. Maybe not even Kim. It would have to be like Taylor Swift. Trump? I guess Trump. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. LeBron would bring in more attention. The fuck you mean? Than OJ? I don't know. Whatever.
We believe that this is the car. We do not know this is the car.
Kanye.
They're going south through Orange County, but nobody is pulling this car over. And we could only guess as
LeBron is bigger than OJ ever was. Yeah, but OJ's trial was bigger than OJ as a player. I think, like, not every American cared about OJ as an athlete. OJ's trial was like way beyond his scope and range, just as a player, you know? But this was before the trial? Yeah, but this got watched over and over in the context of the trial. Like, this got elevated post hoc, you know?
to why not.
Right, I guess they're just being
They
careful.
may fear that there are arms in that car. They may fear that Simpson may harm himself. Now, police radio is saying that Simpson has a gun at his head. Reuters is reporting that the police tracked O.J. Simpson through his cellular phone.
Look at all the cars on this
His cellular phone. Folks, it is 1994.
Bridge, man.
That's a helicopter reporting, talking to KCAL, saying, look at all those cars on that bridge looking down. This is living drama. There's nothing else you can say, but we're going to stay with it.
Like, what the
California
fuck
Highway Patrol has now confirmed to CNN.
Please look, they interrupted the fucking NBA Finals to show the car chase. NBA Finals Game 5.
The Los Angeles Police Department right now is at
a very serious situation here, and I can tell you one that is hard to believe with my own eyes.
Conan, how would these people know? Listening to their radio what's going on?
That's the only way, Paul, that I could figure out that the word is caught on. But all these people know that what is happening. They have to.
I was sixed and pissed about the game being cut off. There were literally people on the side of the highway stopping, waiting for drive-by. Yeah, that's what they're saying. On the radio, everyone heard on the radio, because everyone was listening to the radio back then, because people didn't have, like, phones to plug in. Everyone listened to the radio in the car, and all of the radios cut out to say, hey, by the way, if you're on the fucking I-5, you, like, fucking O.J. Simpson barreling through. So everyone pulled over to the side, waiting for the chase to move past them. Pizzerias all over the U.S. made a killing during the car chase because everyone was glued to the screen ordering pizza. It was insane. They let him pass. Well, yeah, like, what are you going to do? Get in his way?
That it is definitely our Calvin's
This is a slow-ass car chase? Well, because the cops don't actually want to, like, ram him or whatever. Can you imagine if they killed him? The cops would be lynched.
OJ is in the passenger seat. The cars on the top of the screen heading east on that freeway are just slowing down to look and get a glimpse of one of the icons of American sports history, O.J. Simpson, on this tragic...
Best LA traffic. Yeah, catch me tailgating OJ just to finally get a clear run through the 5, you know? This is like the advanced level of tailgating an emergency vehicle, you know? Just right in between the white van and the police vehicles. It's just me.
June day.
Yeah, this is how you fix LA traffic. Just have OJ car chases across the 5. But where were you? This is June 1994, right? So I would have been 0 years old. I would have just been born.
This is
but I would have been in the city.
As we stay atop this scene, Jim Hill, famed sportscaster in Los Angeles, an old friend, a former athlete, old friend of O.J. Simpson, is going on radio in Los Angeles.
Still going westbound 91, just approaching
91.
Simpson to turn himself in. The last thing Jim said was, O.J., you were a man, you are a man, be a man, turn yourself in. Earlier today, Robert
the police
Shapiro
vehicles keeping
had
formation
arranged for O.J. to turn himself in. Doctors were in attendance. They were all going to go together in a car because they were worried about suicide. When they went downstairs from a conference room in O.J.'s house, he was gone. They're going to go right toward the Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Brentwood areas.
I know where that is.
Where O.J. lives and where the 2 people killed also lived.
It is an amazing sight.
along the right-hand shoulder. People have pulled over, many of them
Look at this
carrying
broadcast
signs
quality,
such as
dude. Or like the
signs
recording,
reading
the
things like
taping.
"Save the Juice," "Go OJ." People are literally cheering him on as he travels northbound on the 405, and we can only assume that he plans to get off at Sunset and go towards perhaps his home.
We used to be a real country.
He's on the off-ramp now.
Wait, also, why would he get off on Sunset? Do you have any idea how bad that road is? 405 off on Sunset, congratulations. You are ramming directly into the back of a car. I guess it depends what time this is.
Coming up the off-ramp at Sunset.
That's right.
Looks like he's in the left lane now.
Yeah.
Making a
This
left
is when
turn.
trolling
The
was invented.
intersection's
My brother was one of
free
those
and he's
people
clear.
following, cheering him
And now
on.
making
Hell
his
yes.
left turn, westbound on Sunset.
All right.
Westbound on Sunset, let's
He
go!
is pulling in to the driveway.
Coming around.
Someone is going to the door right now, Eric.
Okay, we're pulling up. Let me tell you what I can see. We've just turned the corner.
Sunset is the big road in Beverly Hills, basically, that separates the hills part of the hills. Well, I guess it's through all of LA, but it separates the mountainous part of LA where the rich people live and where the normal people live, like south of it. North of it is where the rich people live. South of it is where normal rich people live and poor people.
It's total chaos here. Motorcycles, black and whites, people running around, officers getting out of their cars with their batons.
We have found him. The door is opening, and let's see what happens now. We'll watch with you.
Why are the cops just gently handling the random? Because the cops are, at this point, aware of the fact that they're being watched by 50 million people.
This is the driver's side of the vehicle.
Okay, someone just got out of the vehicle, approaching the front door, dressed in black, and entered. Looks like they entered the front of the house there.
Whew, okay, well, that was a blast from the past, to be sure. We also got Kim Kardashian because of this trial too, and indirectly Paris Hilton. Kim's dad was one of OJ's attorneys. Yeah, this was one of the fucking canon events, you know? Also, when you're this publicly wealthy, you get treated as a rich white guy. Well, keep in mind that from the perspective of the police, when you realize that you're being watched right then, right now by the entire world, you obviously don't want to hurt the person you're chasing. Like, again, if the LAPD had run OJ off the road and killed him accidentally, like there would have been lynchings. Like the LAPD would have been hanging from lampposts afterwards. You know, there are limits when it comes to public opinion. The cops want to look like responsible, you know? Any thoughts on the discourse if cops should even go after high-speed chases? Well, that wasn't even really a high-speed chase, but for real high-speed chases, no. It's just dangerous, you know? For a real high-speed chase, in most cases, you should just follow with a helicopter. Like, once you have a helicopter on a driver, they're fucked. Like, they're not escaping. It's over. Like, helicopters are faster, more maneuverable. They don't have to deal with traffic or roads or anything. Like, once a cop helicopter's on you, you know, like, you're covered, you know? Eventually, you will stop. You know, local police can be dispatched to the area rather than having like one set of cars follow. Fuel? Well, yeah, fuel's expensive, but trust me, it's less expensive to have like a helicopter follow a car than it is to have like a fleet of police vehicles crashing into everything behind you. Haven't you guys ever played GTA? All the cops just like lag behind and crash into stuff. It's very expensive. Also, it's dangerous to the public. Also, now they can just use drones, I guess. Mila Mock, I've talked about it multiple times. What if you get out before you get spotted? Well, then the cops wouldn't have had you anyway, right? I'm saying it once the cops have the helicopter on you, that's that. One thing that's insane, Vosh, is that police helicopters are just straight up not a thing here on the East Coast. Yeah, I've heard about that. I've heard in Los Angeles, it's really common to hear helicopters multiple times a night because the police use them for everything. But I've heard, like, yeah, over on the East Coast, like, helicopters don't get used that often, you know? I don't know. I'm sure there's a whole bunch of, like, complicated reasons for them. Yeah, I mean, that can happen, King Dravishor, but that can happen with cars, too. It's easier to happen with cars, or more likely that that happens with cars. Bad memories, probably. New York has had helicopter accidents. It might be because of housing density, because over in Los Angeles, you can land a helicopter, like, everywhere. Like, sure, on top of buildings, but also there are lots of open fields in LA, or just, like, fucking, if you need to, like, parking lots, basically. Just big, open, concrete, empty zones that you can drop a helicopter in. So they're a lot more maneuverable. That's just a guess. I don't know. Hellcat outrunning. Yes, a Hellcat can outrun a helicopter. I don't think most people but a Hellcat can also outrun the police vehicles who would otherwise be chasing them. So like that's not even like yes. Look, if they have a Hellcat, you just fire a heat-seeking missile at them, okay, and hope that does it. Why didn't people just assume OJ was innocent after he wasn't prosecuted? Is it just racism? Because OJ is the most guilty seeming human alive. You know, it's basically nobody thinks justice was done with that one. The vibes were off, okay? Pigeon. I know some people who use it as an example of police targeting black people in Mao. Yeah, I mean, people are going to be dumb like that, you know? All right, well, rip and pepperoni, my man. You lived a storied life, and sure did set off a lot of events. Okay, I need to learn about gold bars at Costco. Why are there gold bars at Costco?
People, regular Americans, not just investors, big investors or big banks, are rushing to buy actual gold, physical gold amid inflation concerns. Look at Costco. Costco only started selling gold bars last year for proof.
Why?
Okay, so this is the situation. They started selling them a year ago,
yeah,
and
why
Wells
is it so
Fargo
loud?
is now estimating that Costco is now selling up to $200 million a month in gold bars. Now, I just want to, it sounds enormous. It is. By comparison, Costco sold $100 million in gold bars for the entire quarter that ended last November. So an entire quarter, $100 million, and now running at $2.
Why? Because of the inflation. It's because of the inflation. It's because of Biden's inflation. People... Gold holds its value surprisingly well. It holds its value surprisingly well as far as we know, like, at the moment, to be sure. Yeah, I don't deny that. The problem is just that, like, you're kind of banking on consistent high inflation because you're going to get better returns from a diversified stock portfolio in most cases, you know? You're basically, like, I don't know. I don't know, whatever. I guess I don't have, like, a huge issue with people buying gold. Fundamentally, I guess I understand it. It's just... Vermin, you got $400 of clothing yesterday. Okay, hush. Is there enough gold bars for Costco to sell? I mean, they're selling them, you know? And people lie to themselves that gold will be valuable after a societal collapse. Well, I mean, it's not like US dollars would be, right? I thought it was a scam, though. Well, it is. Wait, that's just how much the necklace is? Well, you blew your $400 load. Vermin, sorry. Sort of, it's complicated. It is complicated, yeah. I've heard people say the government is phasing out physical cash. I think a lot of people are just being alarmist. Well, I mean, to an extent, the economy has already phased out physical cash. Only 6%, I think it's 6%, of currency used in the world is physically represented. The rest of it is just digital. But yeah, the gold sites are almost always scams. Do you think it's a good thing to go full digital like that, Vosh? Okay, I'm gonna be honest, all right? I think that talking about stuff like the Federal Reserve and the gold standard, it gets pretty complicated. I'm not going to lie. I think that there's an innate value to keeping an economy that makes sense on the human scale. Right now, the economy doesn't exist on the human scale. In fact, it's so complicated that no one person on Earth really understands it. And I think it's fair to say that. They might understand some limited element of it, or they might, like, have a good handle on some part of it, but the totality of it is incomprehensibly complicated, right? And that's always going to be the case with a lot of disciplines, like in, say, history or sociology, right? Like, no one person knows all sociology, right? But I think that when it comes to the economy, where people have to make, like, meaningful day-by-day decisions when it comes to what they want to use their currency for or what they want to understand about the world, I think that there is some value in the idea of a highly simplified, like, because it used to be the wealth of a kingdom was how much gold, or basically gold, silver, platinum, whatever that it had, and that was that, you know? I wonder if there would be some value in trying to construct an economy that's deliberately simplified, and I wonder if it's even possible. Is it possible to have an economy where it's like, yeah, things cost this much, and that's how many coins you have in your pocket? And would that be better than what we have now? You know, the modern advent of digital currency hasn't exactly made people's lives better. Like, it basically came part and parcel with the debt economy, right? Where it's like, oh, you have everything you already need, but you want more things you can't afford. Well, here's a credit card where every individual person can rack up a debt like you were going to a bank for a loan, except you don't have to go to a teller. You can literally just, like, charge the card, you know? Who wants a free market, Benjamin? You want a free market? Yeah. Well, Bitcoin immediately became more more complicated, more vulnerable to exploitation than fucking, like, regular fiat currency. So that didn't work. I don't know. Maybe the future is it's all New Vegas shit. Everyone has their bottle caps or whatever. I don't know. It's just gold. The future currency is everything is decommodified. Nothing costs anything. But if you want to buy, like, I don't know, a really shiny desk table made out of resin, you give somebody a little gold coin. That's the future. With a globalized economy, though, is it possible? I don't know. I guess the question is, how much of our economy only exists because of the stock market? If you got rid of the stock market, God willing, there are other ways to invest capital in businesses. I feel like you'd still have a lot of the economy, but maybe it would be, like, less globalized in a way that would necessitate, like, extremely complicated digital bullshit. I don't really know. Interesting, Nikki Bugs. Yes, I agree that generally speaking, people buying gold is a product of paranoia and delusional bullshit. You know? Yeah, I agree. I have zero clue how economics works, lol. Well, economics used to make sense, and then we invented the stock market, is how I feel about it, okay? Look, the death of the modern economy as at a, like, human level had nothing to do with fiat currency and everything to do with the concept of investment. Okay, that's my take.
$200 million a month. Bank of America now projecting that the price of an ounce of gold, which hit 7 straight record highs lately, will hit $3,000 by the end of the year.
It's one thing to buy gold and get a physical bar. It's another thing to have to sell it, and that is not what they are thinking about.
That is also true. What do you think you're going to do when you want to convert your gold into liquid currency? Go down to a local pawn shop and sell it for half of its actual market price? How are you going to get your, like, actual market price value for it, you know? There's a reason why Bitcoin doesn't work as a currency. If you have to sell your currency in order to use it, then you're kind of relying on all the, you know, challenges of liquidity. Like, imagine having a house worth $1 million, but if you wanted to buy anything, you had to sell your house, like, right then. Will you get $1 million for it? You know? Zoth, I don't think convenience is always a good thing when it comes to abstractions like the economy. For example, like, convenience has led to the rise in dollar stores and Walmarts and stuff like that, where, like, convenience being pursued as an end to itself has led to the death of local economy, because convenience leads to, like, the hyper optimization of systems in favor of economic priorities over, like, any kind of local social utility. I think that obviously, like, I'm not against all complication. Like, the economy will always be complicated. But I do think that yeah, I don't know. I guess it's mostly just a matter of, like, what can be changed. Yeah, exactly, Vermin, essentially. Yes, I saw the Dan Olson video in gold. Protectionism can be applied where convenient. You can't really do protectionism at every level, like every city and county. It's more than that, you know? Worker democracy is necessary at a point. Worker democracy would solve a lot of this. Doesn't 15-minute city care about convenience also? Yeah, but that's convenience for the people living there, not convenience for the corporations. Corporations don't give a fuck about a 15-minute city. A 15-minute city wouldn't have room for a Walmart and a gigantic parking lot for everyone to drive to, so they can drive down local prices, then everyone gets hooked in the Walmart's prices, then everyone else goes out of business, then the Walmart raises their prices, then nobody can afford anything because everybody has to work at the Walmart and there are no jobs left. You know, it's social convenience versus retailer convenience or corporate convenience. But again, you know, they kind of overlap when it comes to stuff like currency decision, because, you know, everyone uses that.
About you have to have it surveyed, all these things. Where do you go? Where do you keep it? Is it insured? Is it not? And so there's a lot of things that I think people really need to think about when you're buying physical gold. Listen, if you want to be invested in gold, you can do it through an ETF. You can do it many ways. But to buy the actual commodity, I'm not sure is something that people should be doing.
It was like momentarily walking in.
I think I agree with her. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I don't really know how you would quickly sell anything like that. Oh, I saw this.
We also are hearing this morning, Sarah, for the first time from a man who was one of the last people to drive on the Key Bridge just before the collapse. He was heading to work that morning, and he crossed the Key Bridge just seconds, most likely, before it came down. I spoke to him just a few minutes ago right here. Take a listen to what he told me.
It's really, it's hard to believe.
Wasn't there a video?
They're doing, it's hard to do.
Oh, was the video that I saw of a different thing? I thought I saw a video on Twitter this morning that I didn't actually look at, but I did see it. And it was like a bridge was crumbling as somebody drove over it. Maybe I don't remember that. Yeah, I don't see it. Maybe somebody in chat will link it. Oh my god. Remember what we were talking about before about men's tailoring? It's crazy to me that Andrew Tate almost exclusively wears women's clothing. Like women's style jackets. And his brother doesn't. I can't, like, look at how... Jesus Christ. Bottom G. Literally. Okay. We need to go through some of these links. I think I saw this. If you're making $20 an hour to work at a fast food restaurant, is that 6 figures, Jesse? Wait, what?
If you're making $20 an hour to work at a fast food restaurant, right? Is that 6 figures? Are you making...
This is the billionaire financial guru, right? This is isn't this guy insanely well, or is that a different guy on this podcast? The PBD podcast. He's a Fox host. He filled in for Tucker. Okay, no, so this is the guy talking to the other guy.
No.
What do you... That's the guy. Okay, right. This is the idiot, far-right billionaire. This is just a Fox News host. Gotcha. Fast food worker. That's 6 figures, right?
No, you're making 40 grand.
40 grand. 50 is just 2x it and add a few zeros.
Okay, so
40K a year.
Okay,
full time.
40K a year.
Yeah.
So, and then if your husband or wife is all...
Is that 6 figures? Nope, less than half that. Okay. That's the guy who called the Daily Wire the Jewish Wire? Yeah, not this one, the other one, yeah.
So there, you're making $100,000 as a family.
Sure.
Both working at McDonald's?
80 grand.
That is, okay, that's crazy.
2 people working a full-time job making $80K a year in this economy is crazy? Really? I mean, is it? Like, if you figure in 2 people living together, if you're paying for a family, that's a 2-bedroom house, right? Presumably, unless you're having your kids sleep in the same room as you. I mean, I pray to God it's like 3-bedroom, depending how many kids you have. But like, what are you paying for rent in like any city? Like, they're talking about $20 an hour for fast foods. They're talking about LA. Do you know what a 2-bedroom house or apartment costs in LA? We're talking to at least 3K. Like, honestly, I'm going to say 3K, and I think that's being like, I think that's undercutting it personally, okay? So 3K times 12, that's, what, 36,000. So that's $36,000 a year. That's half your income gone. Half of your pre-tax income gone. Just that. Just gone. And by the way, like, you can check rent prices in LA, okay? I think I'm being charitable there. Average rent in Los Angeles. The average rent for an apartment in Los Angeles is $2,700, according to Rent Cafe. Average apartment size, 800 square feet. So that's probably not a 2-bedroom. Can I find like does it say for 2 bedrooms specifically? Average rent from apartments.com. I'm getting a different number here. 2-bedroom, yeah, average about 3,000. Yeah, about 3,000 a month. For 2-bedroom. That's if you've got 1 kid, maybe 2. If you got like a bunk bed or something. If you got 3 kids. And keep in mind, conservatives want you to have 3 kids, right? Like, conservatives are all about, yeah, breed, traditional family, but they don't want you to be able to pay for it. They don't want you to be able to afford it. And for all the people who are saying, like, just move, bro, the jobs are in LA. Like, oh, all poor people leave LA. Then who's doing the fucking jobs, dumbass, idiot? Fuck, like, oh yeah, just move 2 hours out. Yeah, man, everyone's gonna commute 2 hours to and from in the 405 to get to their fucking fast food job. Every city should have accommodations for people who aren't fucking wealthy, okay? We're talking average rent in a city with millions of people. Like, and I know the zoning policies in LA. You could fit more houses in there. You could triple the number of residences in the city of LA, let alone the county. But no, you know? They want their goddamn Mesa-style, you know, ranch houses. Everyone gets a fucking lawn, even though the city of Los Angeles gets like 1 drop of water per year of natural rain, you know. But this is it. Like, this is why I've said so many times, like, conservatism is the politics of suffering. Because even if you leave out racism, sexism, transphobia, even if you're purely talking about the economy, something which you know, it affects everyone, obviously, you know, in different ways to different extents. You're just talking the average Joe, regular ass person in Los Angeles. This motherfucker wants you to starve. This fucking guy, he wants you to live on lentils. You know, you and your kids. He wants you to breed. He wants you and your wife. You know how conservatives bitch about women having to work? Apparently for this guy, that's not enough. He's like, oh, what a shame it is that in the modern economy, women are forced to work rather than to stay at home and raise the children. Motherfucker, you're saying that they're living like fat cats off $20 an hour as a 2-income house. Like, you're not even giving them enough to survive off 2 incomes, really, in the city that we're talking about here, $20 an hour for the fast food jobs. Like, it's just politics of suffering. People have to suffer. That's it. Like, it's that simple. Completely out of touch. A lot of it is being out of touch. Like, the 6-figure thing is fucking embarrassing. 6 figures? Jesus Christ. But yeah, no. Just, yeah. I mean, look at it. Look at LA. Again, this is from apartments.com. For a studio, not even a bedroom, $1,600 a month, less than 500 square feet. 2-bedroom, $3,000 a month, 900 square feet. 900 square feet to raise a family. A family. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying that we're the wealthiest country in the world, and this is insane. I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm saying it just, I don't know, you know? We are an economic titan, the likes of which the world has never seen in all of human history, and yet for some reason, you know, you need a dual income to just barely afford a 2-bedroom apartment. Average, by the way, average, according to this, for 900 square feet. And God forbid that you've got energetic kids, too, because you're not getting a lawn with this 2-bedroom here. 900 square feet? We're talking apartments, not even houses. How do people survive in Los Angeles? Hopes and prayers. Like, Jesus, 46% of rents in Los Angeles are above $2K a month. And then you got to think about location too, right? Because if you're trying to raise a family and you want your family to like be prosperous, you want them to go to a good school. A lot of LA schools aren't that good, you know? And I know what this guy's going to say. He would say, well, then get a better job than fast food. Which, first of all, like, it's a service economy, motherfucker, okay? We can't all be, like, live streamers and Fox News deadbeats, okay? We can't all live in the fucking Murdoch, welfare fund, all right? Some of us have to, like, actually work jobs. Not me, mind you, but some of us. So get a better job. Okay, but like what? Like, what if there just aren't that many jobs of it? Like, how many service jobs are there in America? You know? Like, so what? If you just don't manage to get some higher paying job, like, you don't get to have a family? Because that seems to be the logic, really. Just like flatly like eugenicist logic. Like, if you can't afford, it's been that case for a while with black people, conservative rhetoric, right? Like, oh, you know, too many kids in the inner city, whatever. But like, this is just a broadly, you know, like, this is everyone. People don't understand that most of the economy is low-paid service work. Yeah, actually, the way to fix the housing inequality in Los Angeles is all the people who work service jobs should just move to cheaper places, therefore leaving Los Angeles with a massive deficit in service jobs. What? What? Look, motherfucker, this is basic city skylines logic, okay? If you've got businesses that need low, high, and medium education workers, you need those workers with the appropriate levels of education. We're failing on levels of civic planning that you learned several hours into playing fucking SimCity 4, okay? What's going wrong? My bustling metropolis urban area of 12 million is failing because half the jobs are service jobs, and nobody who works those service jobs can afford to live here, or they all have to commute out from neighboring cities or outlying rural areas, or they all have to live in fucking ghetto slums that are overpacked already and are fucking terrible for raising a family, and the city won't do anything about them because it would rather use its tax money towards, I don't know, the police. Why is my city failing? City Skyline subreddit. Please tell me, why is my city failing? This is the shit Henry Ford understood in the 1920s, and he's a fascist. Yeah, but back then the economy was more localized. Now you can create massive pockets of poverty, and it doesn't matter because the corporation profiting from it is like chartered in Delaware, and the CEO lives in fucking Ireland or something. You know, it's. Their argument then would be that it increases service job demand, increasing wages. Benjamin, that's true. That is how the economy works, isn't it? As you increase demand for those service sector jobs, that does in fact lead to an increase in the wage of those jobs, huh? Isn't that crazy? And yet they complain about it. Well, maybe they would prefer that the wages of those jobs go up by the businesses rather than by minimum wage. But, you know, the democratic mandate can be an acceptable substitute when corporations would rather do anything but pay their workers more. You also have to keep in mind that when it comes to workers raising their wages, there is a regional inconsistency because, say, McDonald's doesn't want to pay workers in one county 4 times what workers in another county get paid because of local cost of living differences, even if it would be rational to do so, because they don't want to set a bad standard. You know, McDonald's doesn't want to show everyone that it's capable of paying wages like that. So even though the cost of living might be massively higher in one area than in another, they won't pay, you know, accordingly. So it's like another example of a inefficient or irrational allocation of market resources. You know, you don't always have local prices and wages perfectly growing or shrinking with you know, the local need. Then they'll say corporations will move away for cheaper labor. Okay, honestly, good. Fuck fast food restaurants. They all cost $50 million now. The quality of their product has only gotten worse or maybe stayed stagnant with time. Like, fuck them, you know, get them out of here. Go. We need to bring back, like, mass cafeterias. Like, if you want a good example of how inefficient the market is when it comes to the allocation of wages from corporations' end, think of American tipping culture. We have socially normalized the practice of directly paying waiters, service workers, and what have you, because they don't get paid enough by the corporations. And a lot of people who work for minimum wage, like at places like Walmart, end up getting on welfare benefits anyway, meaning their wages are being subsidized by the state. So as a consequence of corporations not wanting to pay their workers enough to live, just to live in the areas that they're in, the state or the consumer each subsidize it, you know? It's insane. Yeah, in some states, the minimum wage for tipped workers is $2.14 an hour. Yeah, it's insane. Don't ever trust corporations to fix these problems on their own, okay? Corporations are a power structure. They're a block of power that works in their own interest. They will not do good things for you. They need to be forced to do them. Whatever market incentive you think might make corporations treat you better, trust me, it didn't keep slavers from treating the slaves poorly. It didn't keep fucking transnational, you know, mercantilist corporations from treating their workers poorly. Trust me, they need to be forced.
That is crazy because that job really doesn't require much. So it's inflating the entire...
I guarantee you that this guy could not do an 8-hour-a-day fast food job. 0% chance. Every person who says that it's easy to do work like that needs to do work like that. This guy would kill himself within a week. Absolutely no shot. He would be on fucking World Star for getting in a fight with like the 7th customer that he had to deal with. He'd be crying in the freezer, okay? No shot.
You know,
he's a troll. He's not subtle about it. I mean, he's contemptuously arrogant, but that's like all of them, right?
Labor sector
and the Happy Meal.
And the Happy Meal.
Unhappy, very unhappy.
Which I'm
right. Yeah, we got a lot out of a 38-second clip, but this guy is very hateable, to be fair. Breaking down because someone said no pickles. The main thing guys like this don't understand is that there's no way to like smirkingly like groove your way through those jobs. There's no riz you can offer. There's no like inside cut. There's no deal you can negotiate with the manager or whatever. You just stand there and do it, and people treat you like dog shit the whole time, and you get paid basically nothing. That's it. You know, that's it. There's no other way. That's one of the reasons why boomers and people like this guy, even though he knows this doesn't work, but he'll say it anyway, that like you should negotiate for a higher salary. Nobody negotiates for a higher salary anymore unless you're in a very specialized field, okay? But they'll like make that, they'll offer that advice for fucking service workers, you know? Part of it is ignorance, and part of it is just like they hate you and want you to suffer. They want you to think it's your fault that you're not getting paid a lot, you know? If your job sucks and you're suffering for it, it's your fault because you haven't gone up to your like franchised McDonald's corporate manager who's like a 27-year-old doing a master's degree who doesn't give a shit about you and like negotiated a higher wage somehow. So I see a video that shows off how evil Jesse Waters is. What? This is from 2 years ago. Did you just like dig this up just because you hate him? I know Jesse Waters fucking sucks.
When I was trying to get Emma to date me, first thing I did, let the air out of her tires. She couldn't go anywhere. She needed a lift. I said, hey, you need a lift? She hopped right in the car.
Does she know this story?
No, she doesn't know the story.
Does she watch your show?
The Jesse Jr. does.
You're
basically the Zodiac Killer.
It has a happy ending.
This was his subordinate at work, by the way. He's talking about his wife and his subordinate at work, I guess.
Yes, we're married. Did you really do that?
Is that the first time you did it, or did you use that before?
It works like a charm.
If you ever think that lesbians are too mean to men, just remember that at some point in their lives, they've probably had to deal with men. Can you imagine? I like men and I hate men, okay? It's never, if you're a guy and you ever think, wow, women sure don't trust me, then look, okay, I'm not saying that bias is necessarily warranted in that case or not like bias. All I'm saying is, can you imagine being a young woman and seeing this guy smirking as his coworkers are like, oh, you dog, as he talks about entrapping like the 14-year younger. Yeah, Jesus Christ. If I was a woman, I would always have a propane tank strapped to my torso. I would look like a fucking Pillsbury Doughboy suicide bomber. 24/7. If a man ever made eye contact with me, I'm puncturing it with a screwdriver, okay? I don't know what that would do, but in my head that would make it explode. We have so many fucking links to go through. Holy shit. What is this? Oh, yeah, I saw this. This is bullshit. It's fake news. This is fake news. Fake news Areno Cappuccino.
Fast, not only from the legal sustenance, not only from my house, we have attorneys. We have attorneys.
Okay, you don't have to get aggressive.
Please leave our house. You are guests at our house.
This is our First Amendment right.
No, this is my house.
That's assault. No, it's not. That bitch is on their property. This is America, motherfucker. Ain't you hear him? This is our house. It's their house. Yeah. If somebody won't leave your property, you can yeet that fucker. As long as it's not like undue force. Our house in the middle of the street. It's not though.
Okay, you don't have to get aggressive.
Please leave our house. You are guests at our house.
This is our First Amendment right.
No, this is my house.
The National Lawyers Guild has.
Wait, aren't these two lunatics who are being like weirdly homophobic to the people while trying to get into that one? Yeah, People's City Council? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are. These jackasses. I can't tell what's going on. Why do you think this video lacks context? Apparently they showed up at the property, so they invited them, then they grabbed her. They asked her to leave, and she wouldn't leave. That's their right. You should see the poster these fuckers posted on campus about Chemerinsky, Vosh. It's so anti-Semitic. So we'll post it. Hold on, let me see if I can find more context to this. Not from that specific thing. Facetious, why would you post it twice, you goddamn mod? Can you unmute Facetious? Can I get, where's the context post for this that I saw? I double tapped lol, yeah. Yeah, here we go. This is the post with the context that I saw. This protest occurred in Dean Chemerinsky's private garden at a graduation party for registered student guests. California permits the use of reasonable force to eject a trespasser. Yeah, it's on their property. She was invited probably, but then she started but then they asked her to leave and she wouldn't. How can these people be law students? No. These people are the people here are just rabble rousers. They're not like, I remember their thing earlier. They're just like trying to like build clout off of the Palestinian genocide. This was worse than the original video. This was a dinner she was invited to alongside Berkeley Law students. While this was the dean's home, it was a school event. She was not trespassing. It's not illegal for her to pick up a readily available mic and use it. Okay, dude, why does nobody understand how anything works? It doesn't matter whether or not it was illegal for her to pick up a mic. It's private property. If they ask her to leave, she can leave. It's not a First Amendment right. That's not how that works.
Everyone, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace and blessings upon you all. Tonight, we are gathered here in the name of commemorating our final few weeks as law students.
This is my house.
Tonight is also the last night of the holy month of Ramadan, where millions of Muslims around the world fast, not only from material sustenance, not only from material sustenance, fast. We have attorneys. We have attorneys.
Okay, you don't have to get
Excuse me. Facetious, post it on link.
You're a guest at our house.
This is our First Amendment right.
No,
this is our First
this is
Amendment.
my house.
It is. The National Lawyers Guild has informed us this is our First Amendment right. And
See, look, this is you can tell that they're being dishonest grifters because this has nothing to do with the First Amendment, you know? Like, this is, like, it's grift. This is being done for performance. It's being done for the video. Oh, this is the Zionists chem while Gaza starves? Dinners with the Dean. Oh, Zionist chem? Dinners with the Dean over PR events for Zionist admin to distract us from protesting against the genocide in Gaza. Here's Erwin's description of the event. I write this with profound sadness. Vosh, hot take, I don't mind this one. I think it's based to be a public nuisance. You're not being a public nuisance. You're being a private nuisance on private property. It's not public. I write this profound sadness. Since I became a dean, my wife and I have invited the first-year students to our home for dinner. We were asked this year by the presidents of the third-year class to have the graduating students over for dinner because they began in fall 2021 when COVID prevented us from having dinner with them. Last week, there was an awful poster on social media and bulletin boards in the law school building of a caricature of me holding a bloody knife and fork with the words in large letters, "No dinner with Zionist chem while Gaza starves." I never thought I'd see such blatant anti-Semitism. It could or couldn't be anti-Semitic. I don't know how bad this guy is, so I don't really know whether or not it's warranted to say that. It definitely leans towards anti-Semitic tropes. Like, it definitely leans towards the blood libel thing, so, you know. It would depend on how bad this guy is. If he said something that warranted it, then maybe. But if he hasn't and he's just like normal, then it comes across as reaching for the blood libel association. With an image that invokes the horrible anti-Semitic trope of blood libel that attacks me for no apparent reason other than I am Jewish. So has he said any horrible Zionist shit? Although many complained to me about the posters and deeply offended them, I thought deeply offensive. There was speech protected by the First Amendment. I was upset about those in the community who saw this disturbing. On April 9th, about 60 students came to our home from the dinner. All had registered in advance. All came into our backyard and were seated for table's dinner. While guests were eating, a woman stood up with a microphone, stood on the top step of the yard, began a speech, including about the plight of the Palestinians. My wife and I immediately approached her and asked her to stop and leave. The woman continued. When she continued, there was an attempt to take her from the microphone. Repeatedly, we said that you are a guest in our home. Please stop and leave. About 10 students were clearly with her and ultimately left this group. The dinners will go forward on Wednesday and Thursday. I hope that there will be no disruptions. My home is not a forum for free speech. Yeah, but we will have security present. Any student who disrupts will be elbow dropped. Reported student conduct and a violation of student conduct code is reported to the bar. Vosh, all she did was give a greeting for Ramadan. They started freaking out. Okay, what are you Jumpfall? Come on, think. They're at a dinner celebrating graduation, and then she takes the mic and does and starts like immediately reading from a like. Can think for like a second about what it would mean at a private event to do this? You know, like it's not a public forum. Like, imagine someone doing this at your house. You can eject somebody for 0 reasons from your house. You don't need a reason to eject somebody from your house. It's your house. Still kind of pathetic on the old white people's part, in my humble opinion. Why? It's their house. What? Your house and you're hosting a party and then someone comes up and starts like, somebody who's been posting like weird fucking shit about you around the place? It's not, Benjamin. It's not.
Informed this is their First Amendment right, and they are aware of this. They're not wrong.
This is my house. This is my house, and you're no longer welcome here. Police. You are not welcome.
Okay, you can call the police.
No, I don't.
You can call the police. I'm getting.
Please stop touching her. Just please leave. If you don't want to be here, leave my house. Please leave my house if you don't want to be here. This is, you're my guest in my house. You are not
invited for this purpose. We are talking about Ramadan and the holy month of...
The guy professor is specialized in the First Amendment? Yeah, so he should know fully well that what she's doing isn't protected by the First Amendment.
Ramadan as Muslim students. We refuse to break our fast on the blood of Palestinian people. The UC has committed sending $2 billion to weapons manufacturers. I know, and we're just giving a speech about Ramadan and the holy month. If you can grab me the mic back.
Transcendental, she doesn't have to say anything wrong at all for them to ask her to leave. They don't need a reason. She was obviously being disruptive from the get-go. Like, I could immediately recognize that, so could they. Like, you don't need a reason. There's no... This isn't... There's no standard that needs to be met here. Somebody's in your house. You can eject them for any reason you want. But do you think they would have immediately kicked out a white girl for picking up a mic and started saying, I don't know if you're like acting in bad faith or whatever. This person's identity is known, okay? Like, the posters have already been posted around campus. This is a known rabble-rouser. And yes, if I was hosting a student event or any kind of event and someone picked up and started interrupting things to say grace, and then she immediately led, by the way, into the Palestinian thing, it's obviously a political thing. There are people holding up cameras looking at her. This is clearly being done for the clips. Like, we're not dumb here, right? Yeah, could eject her the nanosecond. The instant that happens, yes. Can you imagine if like there was a Christian nationalist at an event and they picked up the mic and they were like, I'm going to say grace, and you know it's going to lead into a thing about how like Christ has abandoned our schools or something? Like, fuck. You don't need any reason to eject somebody. No, she led into Ramadan. Why would the Muslim students have to break mass to participate? What are you talking about?
Back, I will leave.
Good. Okay.
But will you please give me the mic? Of course. Please, will you give me the mic back? Let me turn it off.
Please turn it off.
I'll turn it off.
You're not a guest. You're a guest in my house.
I know, but 40,000 people are dying. 40,000 Palestinian.
This is literally just clout chasing from her. I don't like. What is she even complaining about?
Everyone, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace and blessings upon...
Yeah, it's definitely just like a random student picking up a microphone to lead an unprompted acknowledgement of Ramadan, but she's holding up a phone and people are pointing cameras at her. And like, come on, like use your head here.
On you all. Tonight we are gathered here in...
Did she bring her own mic? I guess she might have, yeah. I don't know, like, why else there'd be a mic. It's not an event that requires one. This event is a microcosm. Yeah, and now everyone's turning this into, like, angry white lady accosting brave Muslim student when this is a dipshit clout chaser being ejected from private property. Yeah, Beastadoo, that wouldn't necessarily surprise me. It doesn't really change the logic of the situation. They really fell for her trap. I mean, I guess. It seems like there's not really anything you can do in situations like this.
Everyone, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace and blessings upon you all. Tonight, we are gathered here in the name of...
I bet you she was doing stuff beforehand, too. The fact they said, please leave immediately like that. Like, the recording starts here. I guarantee you that she was doing shit beforehand, too. Or, like, she's known. Well, she should be known. They could call the police? I mean, yeah, but you can also eject somebody if you want. I guess just let her filibuster and tire stuff out. Why? It's your property. You can eject her for any reason you want. What's all this anti-American shit going on in chat right now, okay? Do you know what it means for a person to be on your property? Do you have any, like, somebody comes into your house and starts filibustering, like, you just wait them out? Why? Why would you do that? So they should have shot her? Well, you can force them to leave. If it was Florida, maybe. Bisidou is yapping. The article they link doesn't say what they claim. It speaks about broader... I haven't read it, yeah. I mean, it doesn't really matter because the positions of these people doesn't really change whether or not they have a right to eject this person. Was it a religious event? No, it was a student graduation event. The Ramadan preach was just there because it was about, like, Palestinian people. I'm trying to confirm that this was the person who did that weirdly homophobic thing before. Yeah, you can see this is the account that did it. Look at how much posting they're doing. Like, literally over a dozen posts. Just image posts. Just video and image posts alone on it. Because it's being done purely for clout. Their Twitter account is anti-imperialist in the bio that explains it all. True! If I scroll through, will I find the stuff? Because this account posts like a motherfucker. Will I find that stuff? The weird homophobia? I'm not sure that explains anything. No, it does. Real anti-imperialists never have anti-imperialist in their bio. People who have anti-imperialist in their bio are campists. And pro-imperialism. Every time. Like, literally zero exceptions. I'm trying to find... Yeah, anti-imperialist in bio. I wonder what her opinions are on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So true. Trying to find. I know it was these motherfuckers. I know it was these people. Why are online leftists so awful? This person's probably not a leftist. Trying to find it, but they post so often. It's really difficult. Gone all the way back to the beginning of the account. I haven't seen it, and I've gone all the way back to the beginning of the account. Is this not that person? Is it a different person? I so strongly feel that these are the same guys. The two people from that one thing. That's the vid? What's the vid? 2 women wearing hijabs denied entry to Democratic campaign event. Reported by Al Jazeera. Okay, let me see if I can find that. What date was that? 2 months ago. Why does YouTube not... Okay, there we go. Jan 31st. So, when is this from? September 29th. So it'd be later than that. What about here? Hold on, chat. It's worth it for the payoff in case I end up being right. And if I'm wrong, then I look the fool, and you can say that I'm, like, racist for mixing up people who wear clothing that obscures their entire fucking body and hair. January 31st, December 11th, December 22nd. Oh my God, why do they post so often? Why? January 18th. Okay, so it'd be right around here. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm not seeing it. Sorry. Maybe there's another connection there. The behavior is definitely similar. Maybe I could just find what the Twitter account is from this. That's the Twitter? Ah, okay, here we go. This was it. Alright, yeah, I was off, guys. This is the People's City Council LA. That's the group that did this. But it was Nevadans for Palestine that did this. Okay, there we go. Who still haven't posted anything since this. I mean, it's still pinned. Like, that's still the pinned tweet, I mean. Alright, well, there you go. Too much nonsense. I mean, it fits in the same category of, like, disingenuous attention baiting, weaponizing, you know, Islamophobia. It's right here. Oh, yeah, we saw it. This coverage is up. Well, I was just trying to figure it out if it was the same people. What a great use of our time here. It was like 3 minutes to see if it was the same. What are you whining about? Let's see if I can. See, it's shit like this. Last night, Professor Catherine Fisk physically assaulted, no they didn't, a Palestinian law student activist who attempted to speak at a law school-sponsored dinner at her residence. At a private residence, yeah. A video of the incident has been circulated widely on social media news outlets, drawing wide criticism of Professor Fisk's harmful behavior. Narrative. This attack on a Palestinian Muslim law student, IDPOL, is only the latest attack on Palestinian, Muslim, and pro-Palestinian students at the UC Berkeley. You know, it's just disingenuous horseshit like this that always leaves a bad taste in my mouth. You can never tell if people actually give a fuck about the Palestinian people or if they're just rabble-rousing. I checked their Instagram. They look like grifters. Can you link it? I hate this shit. Following Professor Fisk's physical assault, no it wasn't, on one of our law student activists, Dean Chemerinsky posted a statement to the Berkeley Law website in response. In a frantic attempt to deflect blame narrative for his and Fisk's action, the dean not only failed to apologize or even address the assaulted issue, not an assault, why would they apologize, but blatantly misconstrued the assault, not an assault, as clearly depicted in the widely circulated video. This follows a historic trend of the dean diverting attention from Palestinian lives. Yes, that law student was just like the babies being mulched in the Gaza Strip by J-Dams. That's true. You know, what am I but another what is the hand of Professor Fisk on my shoulder but another J-Dam from Israel, you know, destroying a family. The dean also attempted to minimize Fisk's assault, not an assault, of our fellow law student, describing their actions passively as an approach and an attempt to take the microphone. I'm pretty sure it's an assault. It was just lawful. Assault is by definition not lawful, which is why they're using that language. You know, Like if somebody like attacks you at a bar, you're not assaulting them by pushing them off you. This assault, not an assault, a response reflects a pattern of their disingenuity, as our previous activism has met with similar harmful responses. Dean Chemerinsky and Professor Fisk have led the charge in suppressing Palestine liberation work at the law school. I would need to know more about this. It's a shame they didn't take this time to actually explain the harmful stuff that Dean Chemerinsky has done, you know? That'd be pretty nice. I think that'd be cool. Like, if there is bad... Like, it wouldn't be surprising to me that an old white law professor has said bad things, you know? You don't... That's not, like, a difficult take to sell me on. I'd like just any of that, really. Yeah, you've got... It's oh my god. People's City Council... All of their, like, subtags here are various, like, skin tones, it looks like. Is there another explanation for this? Is that me reading too much into it? Because, like, I don't know. Abolitionist, anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, collective, amplifying the voice of the people. I mean, if they're doing real, like, protest work at Berkeley, that's fine. Berkeley is all about that shit. But, like, yeah. The professor said in an article that criticism of Israel is not anti-Semitism and the plight of Palestinians is a valid cause, but supports right of Israel to exist as a concept vaguely. Oh, okay. I doubt they have anything there, Subs and Soda. Interesting, Sleepy Joe Biden. He helped draft the Constitution of Belarus? Huh. He's giving a wacky face right here. Oh, can't see it. There you go. Harvard Law School, cum laude. 11 books, 200 law review articles. Supports gun control. Believes Roe v. Wade is correctly decided. Represented a client held at Guantanamo Bay. Supports affirmative action. Wants to abolish the Electoral College. Maybe this feeds into it. In 2010, students who were protesting against UCI's invitation of Israeli Ambassador Michael Oren interrupted his speech several times. Chemerinsky, referring to the heckler's veto, asserted their protest was a form of punishable civil disobedience not protected by the First Amendment. However, he strongly criticized the prosecutor's decision to file criminal charges against the students. Maybe that contributes to it? Yeah, well. The Dean and Professor Fisk are sworn to uphold the law, yet they remain complicit in the UC's supporting of extreme violence and genocide, despite clear violations of domestic and international law by, oh my god, quote-unquote Israel. Are we really doing that level of performative? Really? That's the level we're operating on with regards to our... This is like fucking sovereign citizen shit, admiralty law. You know, Israel doesn't exist. If you look at the UN Charter, Israel is spelled in all capital letters, you know. Yeah. Uncapitalized as well. It's stupid. This is dumb. Yeah, they might as well call it is not real, you know. Stupid. Stupid. Okay, somehow we have even more links to go through than we did the last time I looked. So I guess we're going to have to do that. Wait, this is 8 minutes long. Are you kidding me? Tim Pool goes on crazy, full-on crazy, talking about Steven Crowder and Hillary's divorce. Hillary Crowder is entitled to nothing. The problem is no-fault divorce. Divorce is not allowed. Oh, this is boring. First of all, Tim Pool says whatever the fuck he wants. You know, he doesn't give a shit. Second of all, Tim Pool has signaled support for Steven Crowder because he's against Daily Wire. Tim Pool has been trying to cultivate like an anti-Daily Wire audience, so he ended up on the other side of the Steven Crowder thing after the failed contract negotiations with Steven Crowder and Daily Wire, which has been weird because Steven Crowder has since been massively disgraced, so yeah, whatever. You called it, lol. A Jewish third-year law student who was at the dinner said the protesters, including Afane, were speaking and disrupting the event for quite a while before things escalated. Yep. They were at first politely asked to leave their home by Chemerinsky and Fisk. He said the video showed only the end of the incident after the protesters had been speaking there for 3 or 4 minutes. They did not leave when they were asked the first 20 or 30 times. Damn, man. She's lucky they didn't invoke their God-given American right to the castle doctrine. And anyway, I started blasting. He said students at the dinner were already on edge as they expected some kind of protest, but outside on the public sidewalk, instead it was in front of them. We stared mostly in a combination of awkwardness and disbelief. I think people weren't quite sure how they should respond. Chemerinsky has largely been supportive of the rights of his students to voice their criticisms of Israel. He spoke out against the trucks sent by the right-leaning Jewish org Accuracy in Media, which drove around UC Berkeley in February, displaying the names and photos of people the organization accused of holding anti-Semitic views. Chemerinsky also defended the right of law school clubs to bar Zionist speakers, though he disagreed with the policy. Damn! Just flat out bar them entirely? His views on free speech at school are broad enough to include the posters targeting his April 9th dinner. I felt that though they were deeply offensive, they were speech protected by the First Amendment, he said in the statement. However, he drew the line at protests in his home. Yeah. And this is the person these dipshits decide to go after? Pathetic. Yeah, there are probably actual, like, hardline Zionist professors at Berkeley, too, you know? But it's, again, it has nothing to do with actual activism. It's just about rabble-rousing and clout chasing. That's it. It's always been that way. So he's simply consistent. Yeah, he seems pretty consistent. I mean, for what I was, at least from the little that I know about him. Exactly, Ethanol Lubinska. Prime Minister of Japan, addressing U.S. Congress, shocked the U.S. is ceding its position as arsenal of democracy, no longer backing democratic allies, bowing to Russia.
The world needs the United States to continue playing this pivotal role in the affairs of nations. And yet, as we meet here today, I detect an undercurrent of self-doubt among some Americans about what your role in the world should be. This self-doubt is arising at the time when our world is at history's turning point.
I think I generally agree with what he's going to say. It is, with the availability of weapons in the world today, a group that wants weapons will always be able to find someone to sell it to them. You can get them from Russia, you can get them from Iran, you can get them in second, like, hand sales, like we give them to someone like Israel or Pakistan, they go to somebody else, you know. I do think that the U.S. should maintain an arsenal of democracy, because it seems like if it's not us, the only people giving weapons to people who want it would be worse groups. As bad as America is, I still think that our geopolitical ambitions are, on average, better than those of China or Russia. Obviously, our consistent support for Israel, notwithstanding. Though, I do have to say, though, I think that if we completely cut ties with Israel, I think Russia would support them. Netanyahu has maintained pretty good relations with Russia. Israel is a fascist, ostensibly secular Middle Eastern power, much like Assad. In a lot of ways, they are like a nuclear Assad, you know? And what's more, Israel has the potential to get along pretty well with Syria by fighting against like other groups in like Iran-backed groups in the in eastern Syria, and with Saudi Arabia. I think that if it wasn't for our support of them, they would just go to Russia, you know? Or China, but probably more likely Russia. Putin hates Jews and Netanyahu. Netanyahu has maintained good enough relations with Russia, and also, what do Jews have to do with Israel? That's a secular government, motherfucker. Those are secular fascists. They're not motivated by religious decision making, much in the same way the House of Saud is meaningfully secular. You know, they can be, you know, they can control the Minecraft cube as much as they want. It doesn't change the, you know. No, Russia is allied to Iran, and Russia recognizes Palestine as well. Yeah, but it does. So again, like, think in realpolitik, not ideology. Do you think Russia gives a fuck about the Palestinian people? Russia is allied to Iran, but also to Assad, and they have very different interests in the region, you know? But Syria is allied to Iran. Yeah, but that doesn't make sense, right? At least not from an ideological perspective, right? Like, Assadist Syria is secular, but getting along, and in some cases, like a kind of weird strain of pan-Arabism, or not really anymore, I guess. Like, you know, we're not talking like Saddam Hussein tier shit or whatever, but like the rhetoric kind of shifts sometimes with like the extent to which a secular Arab nation can sort of spread across the Middle East. But Syria isn't really secular. Well, I mean, most of Syria is a war zone anyway, but like Assad has always ruled as a secular leader, at least nominally. Assad is a fake secular. Okay, okay. We're not talking about whether people are real anything. We're talking about like what the actual consequences of the rule. Okay, go ask like an Islamist in the Middle East whether or not Assad is a good advocate for Muslim. Like, no, Sorry, the scope of this conversation has exceeded what we were talking about. The point I'm trying to get at here is that I think America should make lots of tanks and sell it to countries. Okay, there we go.
The post-Cold War era is already behind us, and we are now at inflection point that will define the next stage of human history. The international order that the U.S. worked for generations to build is facing new challenges. Challenges from those with values and principles very different from ours. Freedom and democracy are currently under threat around the globe.
Yeah, I think I broadly agree. We shouldn't cede all of the like weapons production and distribution to other nations, to China and Russia. Masagui, I would say that Japan is very democratic on paper, and in a civil society sense, fairly undemocratic. I think that Japan has a democratic system of governance and an authoritarian culture underneath it, if that makes any sense. Like, I don't think there's much civil society in Japan, at least when it comes to like a wide range of political values, you know? Yeah, culturally hierarchical and homogenous, which sort of, you know, undercuts the democracy element a bit. Democracy can't just be like a system that works, right? Democracy also has to be like a robust and lively civil culture that allows for disagreement and engagement. Kishida might also be announcing a bullet train in Texas. No kidding. Texas could use it, I'm guessing between Austin and Houston, right? Joe Biden is seeking to revive a project that would construct a high-speed railway from Houston to Dallas in Texas, utilizing Japanese bullet trains. Okay, wait. Why would we need the Japanese prime minister for this? I'm sorry. Are we to believe that bullet trains are like a bloodline technology that can be utilized only by Asian people? Like, and we need their like personal expertise. This is like the real world equivalent of we need to forge 9 of the finest swords for our kings. We need the dwarves on this, you know? Like, these bows of finest elven make. Because he personally offered to facilitate it? I mean, I say hell yeah. It'll give the project legitimacy anyway. This is the future of America, okay? This right here, okay? Fucking good, honest proletarian socialists in Baltimore are going to be taking rickety shit buckets between there and D.C. Meanwhile, the hyuk cowboys who have never voted blue a day in their lives and would rather kill themselves than be in a union are going to get on these high-speed bullet trains. Every urban planner aficionado, every like urbanist in America is going to be like reaching for the gun as they see these goddamn Texans get a bullet train. Yeah, and they're gonna bitch about it too. Our lack of high-speed rail in America has less to do with our lack of technological knowledge and more to do with like problems in investment and problems in policy. But if those can be addressed, you know. Yeah, it's nice, Matthew. The hyuks have stopped this so many times due to eminent domain. I've got an idea for a bullet train, okay? Treat it like a bullet. Don't bother with eminent domain, okay? Build a little bit of the station of the track and fire trains out of it and simply clear the way that you would otherwise be taking with eminent domain, okay? Just and just like leave a like 600-foot long ruin that you now have cleared to develop the next stretch and then you know, like that way. Don't bother with the legal business. It's called a bullet train. Yeah, exactly. Railgun public transit. If we could only do one interstate high-speed rail line, what would be the 2 best cities to connect, do you think? Honestly, probably New York to Miami or something in that ballpark. Or if I can like curve it a bit, probably like Chicago to Miami, and you kind of connect you like loop around the Great Lakes down to the along the coast, like DC to New York City. No, they said interstate. Like it can be long. It doesn't just have to be between 2 cities. Like you could connect so many cities if you were doing, you know, if you were doing that. LA to Seattle? There's a lot less shit over here on the West Coast. LA to Maine, baby? I guess that would get some stuff. Are there no inner-city trains in the U.S.? There aren't very many, no. Most of our train systems and metro systems are done on like a city or county level. Big, like federally planned and funded tracks across the country are mostly like Amtrak shit, and they aren't very good. There are some, like you can take them. They do exist, but they're nowhere near as robust as they should be. Also, one of the big issues with them is that there's like 50 million companies, you know? Like it's all so broken up. They all need to be nationalized. We need to nationalize Federal Rail. I looked it up, and a train ride from Dallas to LA would take 2 days and cost more than a plane ticket. Right now, yes. But that's just because we've subsidized air travel and invested in it so much. Trains are the mathematically most efficient way to move people long distances. Nothing else compares. It will be the cheapest if we invest in it. Also, do you have any idea how cheap infrastructure maintenance is for trains? Seriously, you're talking about maintaining track. Do you have any idea how durable track is? Like, think of how durable trains and track are and how cheap they are to fix and replace compared to, like, everything else. Like, if you want to fix a road, and there's 50 billion roads all around the place, you know, then you have to, like, close down the road. You've got to, like, tear up the asphalt, replace the asphalt, let it dry. But with a train, do you know how quickly you can replace a train track? It's so easy to maintain them. You know, I mean, often they just grind the rails. They don't even replace them. They just grind them. Even more now with continuous welded rail. Yeah, literally. They can literally just dude. The future is now. The future is trains. Continuous welded rail, motherfuckers. This is how they do it. You get train cars filled with giant steel beams, and you just lay them out behind you and lay the track down. Can I find a video of this? Hold on. It's very important that I find a video of this. Here. Okay, this is a modeled one. What about this? Here. Okay, this is really cool, guys. Check it out. Okay, this is a continuous welded rail train. En route to a work site. See, it's got big beams. Some of these beams are like thousands of feet long. But not thousands, I'm overstating. Like hundreds of feet long. Strings of rail. Rail infrastructure is so cheap to maintain. Show me the weld. Show me the weld. I wanna see. Beep beep. Imagine having this job. In Biden's America, everyone will get paid $40 an hour to sit on a rail car moving 2 miles per hour, eating like a PB&J, talking with the boys, you know? This will be your job, and you will love it. Weld. Yeah. Here you go. Look. They lay out these gigantic strings of steel and just plop them onto the ground. You know how trains used to have that the entire time that you were on them? Like, if you watch an old movie, you hear that pretty often, the that, right? You hear those all the time? Those don't exist anymore. At least not on continuous welded rail. Continuous welded rail is welded. It doesn't have those joints. Any continuous welded rail track is now smooth. Well, I wanted to see the welding part, but see this? Look, this is the welded rail. There, they did it. They just laid it. The newly dropped rail can be seen sitting in between the running rails of the northbound express track. Oh, I think it's this one over here on the left side. And then they just go and they lay the... Oh, no, there it is. See? Right here. There it is. Right here. See? Wait, but this doesn't show the welding. Hold on. Wait. I want to see... the welding. Will this show me? Lay it down. Boing. The rails welded by the factory have reached 12,000 kilometers. Nice. Show me. No, lay it down. I want to see blood burning. This is thermite welding. Ah, these have concrete rather than wooden planks. Cool. But yeah, the infrastructure for maintaining a train line is literally like giant steel beam, wood. You don't need to use concrete. I guess it's cool that they are, but you don't need to. Using a little thermite foundry over here. And then a bunch of gravel underneath it. And there you go. Thoughts on monorails? Shit, monorails suck. Monorails are a gadget, Bon. They're more expensive and less efficient. Than regular rails. Talk about maglev? Maglevs too. Unless tech changes. See, look at this giant bending piece of steel. See? Ain't it crazy that that's steel? I mean, that's like thousands of pounds of steel. Then you just get elevated rail, Ben. Why is the steel flaccid? Steel is surprisingly flexible. Does nobody else find this cool? Think about this, okay? Like, really think about it. Think of how long it takes to build a highway or a road. In the span of a single day, you can lay down an enormous length of train track. Infrastructure that'll last decades without alteration except for the occasional grinding. And if you want to grind it, you don't even need to send a full crew. You just send a grinding car. Like, it just goes over it. Look at this. Look at this. It's a rail grinder, motherfucker. If you want to grind the rails back into shape, you don't even need to do a whole fucking thing about it. Just send the goddamn rail grinder on the job. That's its job. It's so cheap. It's so efficient. It's so good. Is that a train built to fix train tracks? Yes. Yeah. It has a bunch of grinders on it that reshape the rail to make sure that it properly fits to the the rail to fit the wheel. I guess you have to deal with the squeaky noise. I'm looking it up right now. How much rail track can be laid in a day? A railroad crew can lay 6 miles of track each day. Is one answer, though I don't know if that's necessarily the case. In 1869, a record of 10 miles of track was laid in a single day by the Central Pacific crews, 150 years ago. And that was before continuous welded rail. Here we go. Railways targets laying 9.5 kilometers of tracks every day. The railway ministry in India is importing US-made track-laying machines that can lay around 1.5 kilometers of tracks a day, as against the 100 meters of tracks the railway lays manually on average. We have the technology. A kilometer and a half per day just from a machine. Like, not even like a bunch of different crews working in tandem to fix it up, like from every angle or whatever, but like a single device. We build these. Sorry, I just dream of a better world. Yeah, we could have the greatest train network in the world. For a while, we did. Yeah, Annie, they don't want to do passenger. Yeah, they only want to use it for like hyper optimize, which is why it needs to be nationalized. Hyper optimal, fucking super efficient, effective, expensive stuff. We do need more rail, though. Vietnamese property tycoon sentenced to death in 27 billion fraud case. All right, guys, I guess socialism is still alive and well in Vietnam. America's greatest ally. Truong My Lan, the chair of the developer Van Thien Phat, hopefully I pronounced that somewhat correctly, was found guilty of embezzlement, bribery, violations of banking rules on Thursday in a case that has shocked the country. A total of about 10 billion pounds was embezzled. Huh. The equivalent of almost 3% of the Vietnamese GDP. Holy shit. But prosecutors have said on Thursday the total damages caused by the scam now amount to 27 billion. Well, she girl boss too close to the sun, huh? She girl boss, she girl gaslighted, she girl gate girl kept. That's crazy. Yeah, to the gallows. Luna Oy is probably fuming about this. Why? Doesn't this prove her point? The conviction and death penalty of a multi-billionaire is like the sort of thing that a socialist would brag about their country doing. Socialists brag about China doing that, the one time they executed that one multi-billionaire. Besides her husband, niece, and granddaughter, there were 82 more defendants. 45 are former leaders of the SCB, 15 former State Bank of Vietnam officers, 3 government inspectorate officers, 1 former officer of the State Audit Office, 5 the former leaders of the SBC are now in hiding. Huh. Well. Yeah, girl boss too close to the sun. Guys, I don't think you're getting an own on this from like Luna or whatever. Like Vietnam obviously has a market economy. What she would say is that the fact that she's been found guilty and executed is a sign of the Marxist-Leninist Vietnamese party's commitment to cracking down on, you know, business corruption or whatever. I mean, I'm glad that she's been convicted. Not much else to say, really. Nuts, it seems so. Before we do the CASS review, which is going to be by far the most dedicated bit that we do on stream today, I need to do 2 things. First of all, we need to talk about the South Korean election results where wokeness won. Second of all, I need to go get my slippers because my feet are cold. So, I guess I'll pee while I'm at it too, you know? Lots of stuff in my future. Lots of stuff to do. Hope you can see how light and easily this shirt drapes when I move around. It really does weigh nothing. Okay. The Pink Floyd situation turned out to get worse, I think. Holy shit, Benjamin! Jesus Christ! Thank you for the $500. My God. Maglev supremacy. Trains will not replace us. I think maglevs can be good. I think maglevs can be good, you know, as long as the infrastructure is laid out for them. But a lot of it is just about part replaceability. Whoa. Thank you very much, Benjamin. I really appreciate that. Fuck, I meant to write monorail supremacy. Oh, good. I'm glad that you typoed yourself into accidentally having a correct opinion. No, I don't want to talk about the Pink Floyd stuff. Let's go one stream without talking about AI, please. Thoughts on some Dems wanting Sotomayor to retire? Why do they want that? Is she of poor health? She's only 69. Nice. 'Cause old? 69 isn't that old. Does anyone expect her to die? For a Supreme Court justice, that's not that old. She has some condition? And diabetic? Oh, whatever. Alright, no distracting me. Let's see. Yeah, there was a big landslide victory for the opposition in South Korea, like a big one. Oh, do we get a nice video to introduce the topic? I love that.
The president was dealt a resounding blow on Wednesday. South Korea's conservative president was dealt a resounding blow on Wednesday as the country's liberal opposition scored a landslide victory in a parliamentary election. The Liberals were projected to fall just short of the 200 seats needed for a supermajority, but their win likely means political gridlock ahead for President Yoon Suk-yeol. Main opposition Democratic Party leader Lee Jae-myung thanked supporters and called it a great victory for our people. Lee had led a combative campaign against Yoon. He urged Yoon's party to work together with the opposition towards an economic recovery, calling it their top priority. The ruling People Power Party was set to win just 108 seats. President Yoon, who took office in May 2022, was not up for election this time, but the bitterly fought race was seen by some analysts as a referendum on his leadership.
Yeah, let me see if I can find the legislative. Here.
Coming as Yoon's popularity falters under a cost of living crisis and a series of political scandals. Yoon humbly accepted the election results and pledged to renew his administration, his chief of staff said. His party's leader, Han Dong-hoon, took responsibility for the loss and said he would step down. Prime Minister Han Duck-soo and other senior aides.
Yeah, here we go. So this is the 2022 legislative, or sorry, the 2020 legislative election in South Korea with the blue and the red, as compared to in 2024, where it seems there are way. Yeah, hold on. People's Party and the DPK, but over here it's. Is United Future the People's Party? Is that the same? The alliance, that's the coalition. Okay, gotcha. United Future is the coalition. So 163.84 and 176.108. You know, honestly, just looking at these maps, that's not giving me a really good picture of how much of a blowout this was. But what I've heard is that it is, so I want to look more into that. Let me see if I can find that.
Also offered to resign, according to Yonhap News. Political science professor Lee Jun-han of Incheon National University says the poll is seen as a midterm election, with voters sending a message that the government's economic policies were failing. He said Yoon's hands will now be even more tied than before when it comes to moving his...
Here we go. Okay, yeah. I wasn't getting the information from the maps on their own, but in the 2020 South Korean legislative election, it was pretty much a deadlock here, see? With 123 to the Democratic Party and 122 to the United Future Party, but all of these together were in coalition. So they were in charge. But now it's 156. Wait, last election before election. Last election before election. Sorry, is my brain running at half power? Why is this not tracking to me? What is this? Last election, then there's 3 separate tallies here? Does this have something to do with their coalition? Having a strong... Yeah, it seems so. The lose reps before the election like resignations? Well, the important part is that it went good for the good people. I assume. Little Nug, shut the fuck up. This hasn't been updated yet. They're projected. Oh! So the information that we have right now is just from exit polling. Like, the exit polling, we already know they got blown out, but not all the information's been finalized. That makes sense. Okay, thank you. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. I appreciate that. Okay. All right.
His plans forward.
With the opposition at nearly 190 seats, I think the difficulties with passing legislation, budget, and state administration will continue in the future.
Analysts expect the Liberals to block policies that include tax cuts for businesses.
Nice.
Yoon still has 3 years to go in his 5-year single term allowed by the Constitution.
Yeah, we talked about this recently, but South Korea is literally dying. Like, the birth rate is something like 0.7 over there. It's not okay. It's not good. A lot of this has to do with rampant misogyny, and a lot of it also has to do with a blighted work culture mixed with social conservatism that keeps men and women from interacting with each other in normal ways. You know, it's pretty bad. I think there are similarities in Victus, but my understanding is that in basically every way we've criticized Japan, South Korea is worse. Look, never forget, man, okay? We did a bit of a deep dive into social conservatism and reactionary movements in South Korea and found out that there are video games that have had to edit animations and player models because to some people in South Korea, this gesture is considered to be a hate symbol because it's meant to be a mockery of men having small penises. That's not a joke. There are companies that have changed game assets to avoid incurring the hate from that group. Which, again, yeah. Yes, and as I only learned in that segment, porn is illegal in South Korea, which probably doesn't help the situation much. My understanding of the data is that the legality of porn corresponds positively to a bunch of different social metrics. By positively, I mean the outcomes are good, not that things just go up. Excuse me. Unironic, weak men create hard times, but the weak men are the fascists. Yeah, that it turns out that historical that paradigm actually works as long as you plug the right people in. Why do anti-porn people not talk about the success of South Korea? Yeah, I wonder if the 0.7 birth rate would be something they'd like to... Yeah, man, once we get rid of the degeneracy of porn, you know, created by them in order to suppress the white man, we too could enjoy the blisteringly, you know, high reproductive rate and civilizational success of... Then you see like a dead country. North Korea is doing better. When it comes to the birth rate, at least, I think. Well, hopefully a victory for the liberal candidate will play out well in the long run. Yes, Nitty. Do you think better social integration of boys and girls in schools would help relations between men and women? Yes. There is no reason to believe that gender norms are in any way improved by keeping men and women separate. I don't know if men and women are kept separate in Korean schools, mind you, but if they were, that would explain a lot. So is it just a thing for South Korean politicians to wear non-formal jackets? They're wearing like workers' jackets here, and this is like a sports bomber, you know? They look cool. Yeah, varsity bomber, thank you. Given his likely lame duck status, the temptation for Yoon will be to focus on foreign policy, where he will have statutory power. Okay, so because their legislature is majority liberal and their president is conservative, they're saying there's going to be a gridlock and not much is going to get done legislatively. But since Yoon still has the able to operate autonomously when it comes to foreign policy stuff, he will declare war on North Korea. Gotcha. Well, I guess not declare war on, re-engage in conflict with. So that's what's going to happen now, I guess. Hopefully the liberal majority in the legislature somehow cracks down on the doctors protesting, those fuckwits. Can you see him? Right there? Artemis right down there by the light. See? Hmm?
He's losing it.
What are you doing?
He's so rowdy.
Yeah. If you're gonna squeak into the mic.
They did.
I don't know if they got that.
That's funny. He's screaming.
The mic gate, it taketh and it giveth. Look at my segment on it, Esmelia. It's pretty bad. Tiny little squeak, I heard it. I believe you. She's so oddly shaped, yeah. By the way, it's pretty bad in South Korea. Search for gender segregation. Search? Me? Do work? Let me see. Gender segregation in schools. In South Korea, many educational settings are sex segregated, either at the school-wide or classroom level. Might not match their gender identity. Oh, is this mostly about like LGBT rights? Yeah, it seems so. Yeah, probably not. Masagui. Okay, no longer. So who here has heard of the CASS review? This was a review commissioned by the NHS a while ago. It finally got released, and it's pretty bad. It's probably going to be used to inform poor policy making in the United Kingdom for a while forward. It was a hatchet job. Yeah, no spoilers. So in summary, it was a hatchet job. It's blatantly propagandistic. It's scarcely any more medically informed than anything you would have seen out of like American Republican legislatures trying to cobble together information to, you know, ban gender transition or the recognition of trans people in schools. It's pretty dumb. Well, the whole thing is like 5 million pages, so we're going over the highlights here, okay? So they had a final report and an interim report that have been published, and there are some key findings here that we're going to go over. They also have, here we go, a description of their research program, because this isn't just a single study. This is a whole review, you know? They had a literature review. That's always fun. Quantitative research, you know? You've got your research data link with RQ1 in it. That's great. And your qualitative research. A lot of the research that they have on offer is here. Published through the BMJ journals. They have systematic reviews of existing evidence. Spoiler alert, by the way, their conclusion on like hundreds of studies saying that transitioning helps trans people is that they're bad studies and don't count. Nitpicking and biased. Bye-bye. That's what they have to say. In addition to their systematic reviews, they also have this article, which we'll be going over. Got a lot of stuff here. Very fun. Now, as I said before, the entire report is like 350 pages, so I'm not going over that, okay? That's not like an Elon Musk deposition thing either, where you've got about 20 words per page. I mean, we're talking about a full, multiple people worked on over a long period of time kind of review. We're not doing that shit. However, thankfully, cooler people than us have done some summarization work. CASS, that's the person in charge of this, met with DeSantis pick over trans ban. Her review now targets England trans care. So the reason that this is so important to go over is because, for one, we always have to challenge pseudoscientific attacks on trans people. And for two, it has called for restrictions on social transition and says that transgender adults up to the age of 25 should have to go through children's services. So you know when they say that they want like better restrictions for children's trans care, they mean up to 25. With trans issues and trans issues specifically, and no other field of medicine specifically for that, the argument is, yeah, we just think that, you know, the children should be handled with special care, by which we mean, you know, people under 25. Yeah. Or under the age of 26, actually. Yeah, it's pretty bad. That explicitly makes it harder to transition smoothly. They want you to suffer. Okay. So anyway. On Tuesday evening, Dr. Hilary Cass released a final report commissioned by the NHS, widely expected to target gender-affirming care, which it did, calling for restrictions on gender-affirming care and social transition, and advocated for blocking trans adults under the age of 25 from entering adult care. To justify these recommendations, the review dismissed over 100 studies on the efficacy of trans care as not suitably high quality, applied standards that are unattainable and not required of most other pediatric medicine. Conducted in a manner similar to the anti-trans review by the DeSantis handpicked Board of Medicine of Florida, which CASS reportedly collaborated on, the report and its reviews are likely to underpin further crackdowns on trans care globally. Vosh, I heard the right just misrepresented the study. No, that's a narrative that a lot of people are going to push. That's tantamount to saying, hey, did you know Jordan Peterson or Andrew Tate isn't as reactionary as you think? There are basically the attitude taken by the report is over and over and over again. It hand wrings about a lack of sufficient evidence, but then with no evidence makes assertive claims about how we should treat transgender healthcare. So hundreds of studies that affirm its validity aren't high enough quality and therefore can't be considered. But off of a whim, the author of the CASS review will say things like, there's biological evidence that boys and girls have preferences for like trucks and Barbies respectively. So a lot of the positive assertions of the review are made with minimal evidence, like maybe some circumstantial evidence, but like certainly not a huge body of it. Like the idea that you should have to like be treated as a child up till 25 when it comes to trans healthcare. Like based on what? Why would you make that prescription? What is that based on? Well, it's based on vibes. But when it comes to all the studies supporting trans people, well, those don't count. You know, it's kind of like that. I actually think that a close comparison that you could make is to the bell curve. Has anyone watched the Sean video on the bell curve? The people who like the bell curve are neo-Nazis. But if you read the bell curve, it's filled with hemming and hawing and, oh, there's not enough evidence to say this. Oh, the evidence doesn't support this. Oh, if you believe the case for this or that or the other is definitively made in this book, then you have not sufficiently read it or something. When you read the bell curve, it comes across as being very moderate and measured. And yet it's defended by rampant Nazis. Why? Well, the reason is because it's very selectively moderate with the hemming and the hawing. You know? Does that make sense? Does everyone understand the comparison that I'm making here? Like, it is meant to more convincingly mimic good standard, properly informed medical advocacy, which, by the way, this is being widely denounced by actual medical agencies. I believe the American Psychiatric Association is like immediately. Oh no, it says that right here. The 388-page report featured 32 recommendations on how trans care should be conducted within the NHS in England. It incorrectly claims there was no good evidence supporting trans care and calls for restrictions on trans care for individuals under the age of 18, although it does not advocate for an outright ban. The report endorses the idea that being trans might be caused by anxiety, depression, and OCD issues, despite the American Psychological Association, the largest psychological association in the world, rebutting this as lacking evidence. See, this is what I mean. The CASS report will offhandedly and flippantly dismiss tons of evidence against its claims, but then, just like, oh, maybe it's this. Like, you don't need evidence to say, like, oh, maybe the trans kids are actually just autistic. They can just say that, It also claims that trans individuals can be influenced into being trans, a nod to the discredited theory of social contagion and rapid onset gender dysphoria rejected by over 60 mental health orgs. Lastly, it seemingly endorses restrictions on trans care under the age of 25, stating that they should not be allowed to progress into adult care clinics. Now, again, if you read the way the CASS review describes itself, this is the website that's been made for the CASS review, for this big anti-trans screed. Independent review of gender identity services for children and young people. Quote, it is absolutely right that children and young people who may be dealing with a complex range of issues around their gender identity get the best possible support and expertise throughout their care. That sounds pretty neutral, doesn't it? Almost like it's the kind of language that you would adopt if you were a radical partisan who had a political agenda to push but didn't want people to accuse you of that. So, it is absolutely right that children and young people who may be dealing with a range of complex issues around their gender identity get the best possible support for what? And expertise for what? Throughout their care. See, it sounds neutral, but it's been carefully crafted to avoid making any affirmative statements about the identities of these young people or protecting them from transphobia or giving them options medically and socially to transition. It's neutral for a reason. The whole goddamn report seems to be like that, as far as I can tell, or the review, I should say. And, you know, this is all made to be very, like, politically accessible. The CASS review was commissioned by the NHS, but it's obviously a work of political doctrine. So it's like, you know, like, here's a YouTube embed, you know? It's like a friendly little...
My name's Hilary Cass. I'm a paediatrician, specialising initially in children with disability. I spent a large part of my career in policy. I was involved in medical education, and also I was president of the Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health. Initially, NHS England asked me to do a very focused piece of work last year to just look at the published evidence on the hormones that are used for children and young people with gender dysphoria. But it rapidly became apparent that there were much...
To be clear, this video is old. She accepted the appointment for the CASS review in 2020.
...broader problems in the whole care of children, from when they first question their gender right through to those who need medical treatment. From the moment I started just looking at the very simple task of looking at the published evidence, I've just become increasingly worried about the numbers of young people in distress, on a waiting list, not getting the appropriate services.
Pay very close attention to her language. It's carefully crafted to seem as though it's nonpartisan and moderate and humane and sort of doctorly, but you'll note that in any, if we were talking about any other medical issue, like a heart condition or diabetes, the language of the doctor would be pretty unambiguous in what exactly they were trying to treat. It wouldn't be multiple minutes of, make sure that children with diabetes or children who are suffering with issues surrounding diabetes receive the best care. You would have some kind of specific, like, yeah, the diabetes is bad, actually. You know, like, yeah, by the way, the diabetes is bad, to be clear. Like, any kind of indication whatsoever. But you listen to the language, you know? Again, very carefully practiced.
At risk. And that's not okay. It's just not acceptable. First of all, there's going to be a lot of listening to everybody who has...
Oh, by the way, in case you were wondering, this is just from today, by the way. Just from today. The woman who we're looking at right now warned Kemi Badenoch, the Women and Equalities Minister, about the risks of a ban on conversion therapy, considered by most reasonable medical professionals to be a form of torture. This woman was like, hold on now. In an interview with The Guardian, Cass said that she had, quote, she had been, quote, really clear with the government that any legislation would have to take inordinate care to not make workforce problems worse than they are. So she just finished putting out a 4-year review making prescriptions of the NHS with regards to restricting trans care. But then someone advocates banning conversion therapy, and she's like, whoa, careful about making any legislation that would make workforce problems worse than they are. Her review found that medical professionals have expressed concern about potential accusations of conversion practice, noting they were also concerned about the interpretation of potential legislation conversion practices. So this extremely neutral, measured language is being expressed by a woman who, after publishing the review that we are currently looking at, went on to say, wait, you can't ban conversion therapy. There are doctors who want to practice that. Let's not go crazy now. You know, I want to dispel any like myth of political neutrality here. You know, she came into this with a bias. She noted in her review, Cass said professionals supporting young people with gender incongruence or distress, that's the language, gender incongruence or distress, you know, suffering from the mental illness that makes you think that you're not the gender that you are, that they were overshadowed by an unhelpfully polarized debate around conversion practices. She's literally doing the, like, conversion therapy equivalent of a scientific racist saying that, like, you know, skull measuring still has some kind of validity. She is fully defending conversion therapy here, which is torture. Gender incongruence could also mean gender nonconformity, or it could also mean nothing at all. And that's the point.
Experience either as a young person, a family member, or a professional in the field. Secondly, we're going to be reviewing the existing evidence. And thirdly, we're going to be filling, as best we can, gaps in that evidence with our own research. And then we have to bring all those strands together through a series of consensus roundtables to get some answers.
Nice. Again, defends conversion therapy. We know where she is. I can't really think of a time to insert this, by the way, but I do think it particularly funny in case you're wondering just like what the vibes are in the full report. Apparently, at one point, while describing non-binary young people, they didn't, like, I don't know, feel like having any actual people, so there was an AI-generated image that they used in the report to, like, as a stand-in. Non-binary is when you dye your hair, you see. A bit on the nose, yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure this is like a middle schooler. Thought we weren't doing AI this stream? Yeah. Here's the Labor Shadow Health Secretary saying he and Labor's on board with it. Yep. The Labor Party Shadow Secretary of Health has agreed to, even UK Stonewall has agreed to it. The government must now immediately act, but if they do not, the next Labour government will work to implement the expert recommendations of the CASS review to ensure that young people are receiving appropriate and high-quality care. I want to thank Dr. Hilary Cass and her team for the thoughtful and thorough way in which they've undertaken their work, given the vulnerability of the young people concerned and the complexity of the, again, vulnerability, complexity of the issues. None of the language actually affirms the existence of trans people. It's all crafted. It is vital that our politics takes an equally thoughtful and thorough approach. I'm committed to working constructively with the Health Secretary to put children's health and well-being above the political fray. Is this mass hysteria? Yes. It's the gasp of a dying empire. Americans don't care this much about trans people. It's the obsession of the British public because there's nothing else going on over there. It's an empty, dead country. There is no future for the United Kingdom. Here. Stonewall statement on the CASS review. What is important above all is that trans and gender diverse children get the quality health care that they need and deserve. The CASS review can play a vital role in achieving this aim if its recommendations are implemented properly. From stonewall.org.uk. We urge NHS England and policymakers to read and digest the full report and consider Dr. Cass's plea to remember the children and young people trying to live their lives and the family/carers and clinicians doing their best to support them. So yeah, with all that, I guess we can take a look at the review a little bit, you know? Just a little bit. So first, I think we should take a look at the summary given of the publication of the final report right here, which talks about context, something this channel loves very, very much, and overview of key findings, which is important. You know, those are sort of the big kickers that we're going to take a look at, all right? So, exploration of identity is a completely natural process during childhood and adolescence and rarely requires clinical input. However, over the age of 5 to 10 years, over the past 5 to 10 years, the number of children and young people being referred for NHS support around their gender identity have increased rapidly. As a result, young people are waiting several years to receive clinical support, and during this time, they and their families are left to make sense of their individual situation, often dealing with considerable challenges and upheaval. Damn, sounds like a problem with the NHS being like torn apart and privatized then. Don't see how that's an issue with trans people. There has been a similar pattern in other Western countries, with clinicians noting not only the rising number, but also a change in the case mix of the young people seeking support. There have been many more birth-registered females being referred in adolescence, marking a shift from the cohort that these services have traditionally seen, that is, birth-registered males presenting in childhood on whom the previous clinical approach to care was based. Remember how a lot of the fear-mongering in the UK about trans youth was a rise in the number of trans men? Clinicians also noted that these young people often had other issues they were having to manage alongside their gender-related distress. Sorry, I'm going to use that tone of voice whenever we come across a euphemism that carefully avoids validating the existence of trans people. The independent review set out to understand the reasons for the growth in referrals and the change in case mix, and to identify the clinical approach and service model that would best serve the population. To provide an evidence base upon which to make its recommendations, the review commissioned the University of York to conduct a series of independent systematic reviews of existing evidence and new qualitative and quantitative research to build on the evidence base. Dr. CASS also conducted an extensive program of engagement with young people, parents, clinicians, and other associated professionals. Okay. Overview of key findings. There is no simple explanation for the increase in the numbers of predominantly young people and young adults who have a trans or gender-diverse identity, but there is broad agreement that it is the result of a complex interplay between biological, psychological, and social factors. This balance of factors will be different in every individual. This is a non-statement. We don't know why this thing happens. It must be because of reasons. There are conflicting views about the clinical approach, with expectations of care at times being far from usual clinical practice. This has made some clinicians fearful of working with gender-questioning young people, despite their presentation being similar to many children and young people presented to other NHS services. What does that mean? Some clinicians fearful of working with gender-questioning young people. Are they not in a gender clinic? Would that not be what they're there for? Too vague to say anything about. An appraisal of international guidelines for care and treatment of children and young people with gender incongruence found that no single guideline could be applied to its entirety in the NHS in England. A non-statement. While a considerable amount of research has been published in the field, systematic evidence reviews demonstrated that poor quality of the published studies, meaning there is not a reliable evidence base upon which to make clinical decisions, or for children and their families to make informed choices. So this is just a lie. Again, this is one of those things where conservatives will be like, well, you haven't found me a study with 40,000 participants that's double-blind and has the blah, blah, blah. Like, there are so many medical practices that are based on evidence and patient reports less substantive than what we have currently for transgender people. As always, we've done this a million times before. We know for a fact that desistance rates and regret rates are incredibly low. As for UK-specific studies, I wouldn't know to that in particular, but like the argument, we'll see what they do with the methodology here. Aaron in the Morn also continues to talk about this as well. In just a sec. Also links the... Here we go. Numerous studies have demonstrated gender-affirming care significantly reduces suicidality. A review compiled by Cornell University. Yeah, the What We Know. Remember this? Below are the 51 studies that found gender transition improves the well-being of trans people. Click here to jump to 4 studies that found mixed or null findings. Meta-analysis, 51 studies that improve, 4 that have null or mixed findings. The evidence on this is overwhelming. Like, we conduct plenty of medical practices on shadier and less consistent, methodological review than this. It's not really up for debate, frankly. The one Tim Pool dismissed because it was a meta-analysis. Yeah, I remember this one in debate with Lance, right? Where Tim was like, this is a meta-analysis. What even is that? Show me real evidence. Because he doesn't know what a meta-analysis is. That was crazy. Well, that's what we're dealing with. The strengths and weaknesses of the evidence base on the care of children and young people are often misrepresented and overstated, both in scientific publications and social debate. A non-statement, everything gets overstated everywhere. The controversy surrounding the use of medical treatments has taken focus away from what the individualized care and treatment is intended to achieve for individuals seeking support from NHS gender services. Non-statement. Notice how all of these so far are basically just like none of these statements are I know this is the key findings and not the recommendations, but notice how these are like, yeah, it's banal corporate speak, because the goal here is to dismiss all existing evidence in favor of like a, yeah, nobody knows what's going on actually, so here's why, and then the prescriptions come about, you know, here's why we should do this. The rationale for early puberty suppression remains unclear. What? With weak evidence regarding the impact on gender dysphoria, mental or psychosocial health. The effect on cognitive and psychosexual development remains unknown. Incorrect. There are studies on puberty blockers. I don't... Lying? What does that mean? The rationale remains unclear. So you don't go through the wrong puberty. Listen to this. The use of masculinizing/feminizing hormones in those under the age of 18 also presents many unknowns. You know, oh, who knows? After we dismiss all of the existing studies, who knows? Despite their long-standing use in the adult transgender population. The lack of long-term follow-up data. See, this is what I mean. First, you know, you have reports that are longitudinal along 2 years, and it's like, oh, people are happy. Oh, well then why aren't there studies along 5 years? Because it hasn't been 5 years yet since this started happening. And then you have 5-year follow-up studies, and they're happy. It's like, well, what about 10-year follow-up studies? Okay. Oh, well, they're happy 10 years. Okay, what about 20 years? That's unironically how they handle things, you know? There are 10-year ones already, aren't there? For starting under 18, I'm not sure. For starting under 18, I think we'd be limited to like 5 years by now. I'm not really sure. Like, how exactly are you ever going to be able to perform any kind of medical procedure if your standard for it is you shouldn't be able to do it at all until examples of it having already been done are at least 20 years old? How does that work? Like, how would anyone ever do any surgery, any procedure, anything, if it's like, no, sorry, you can't do that until it's already been done and we know how it works 20 years from now? What? How would you do any medicine? Yeah, exactly. It's like being asked for 20 years work experience for a starting job. Exactly. How do you do that? Yeah, and it's what they said about the COVID vaccine as well. How can you force the COVID vaccine on people when you don't know what its long-term effects are going to be? Well, we have a pretty good idea of how mRNA vaccines work long-term, but how are we going to know what the long-term effects are going to be if people haven't taken it? That's not a standard you can hold vaccines to. Certainly not for, like, dealing with an ongoing pandemic. Clinicians are unable to determine with any certainty which children and young people will go on to have an enduring trans identity. How? How would you... The desistance rate, the regret rate is like 2%. For most young people, a medical pathway will not be the best way to manage their gender-related distress. For those young people for whom a medical pathway is clinically indicated, so for most young people, a medical pathway will not be the best way to manage their gender-related distress. This is a signal towards that bullshit study that said that like 90% of young people who are trans don't stay trans, but what it actually assessed was cisgender people. And the finding was, yeah, did you know, we asked a bunch of cisgender people who, like, I don't know, are a little bit gender nonconforming, how they feel, and then we went on 20 years and saw if they were still trans. And like, because they weren't looking at trans people or even people who thought they had gender dysphoria, you know, like most people aren't trans. Wow, what a fucking shocker, you know? For those young people for whom a medical pathway is clinically indicated, it is not enough to provide this without also addressing wider mental health or psychosocially challenging problems. This is that bullshit again. Oh, you think you're transgender, but you also have anxiety? Well, we can't address you being trans until we deal with the anxiety. Are you sure? We have to cure. Well, what if you being depressive or anxious is being caused by gender dysphoria? Well, then I guess you're fucked, because the NHS won't sign off on anything medical as long as you have any other mental health problem. Like, there are conservatives who want to do this in America too. They've done this, or they've tried to do this. The argument basically being, if there is any symptom comorbidity, if there's anything else that you're dealing with, it must be because of that. Oh, and God forbid you have autism too, because they've also argued that it might not be that you're trans, you might just be autistic. Well, how the fuck do you disprove that one exactly? You can't cure autism. It can't go away the way depression and anxiety theoretically can, though in practice they're usually just symptoms you manage and improve with over time. So I guess if you're autistic, you just can't be trans because you can never prove that you... Yeah, you know, in a way, it's actually really similar to medical fat phobia, where being very fat can indeed be an impediment to your health, but there are doctors who will see that you're fat and just won't even bother addressing any other medical issue that you have because you're fat. They'll say, like, you'll go in there with, like, you know, any number of internal injury or disease or whatever, and you'll be like, yeah, I have this specific problem. They'll be like, yeah, just lose weight. And it's like, okay, so like, fuck, give me like 3 years, then I'll come back for my fucking exploding pancreas, you know? Okay, great. Innovation is important if medicine is to move forward, but there must be a proportionate level of monitoring, oversight, and regulation. There's no innovation being done here. The effects of puberty blockers and hormones have been, like, known for decades. That does not stifle progress while preventing creep of unproven approaches into clinical practice. Innovation must draw from and contribute to this evidence base. Notice how this final point right here is literally saying, yeah, we do need innovation, and we do need to be able to try new things. Also, like, fucking, if you're under 25, you get recommended in childcare, and children shouldn't have access to puberty blockers or hormones. No innovation. It's all a lie. And now the overview of recommendations, which is where we get to the prescriptive statements. We'll see how nothing these statements are. The recommendations set out a different approach to healthcare, more closely aligned with usual NHS clinical practice that considers the young person holistically and not solely in terms of their gender-related distress. The central claim of assessment should be to help young people thrive and achieve their life goals. Again, the language here. Nobody would say that if a kid comes in with a broken arm, that thriving and achieving their life goals should be the central concern of the doctor. It should be to heal them of their injury. But using prescriptive language like that would imply that there's something the doctor can do to help the gender distress. What could a doctor do to help with that? Hormone blockers and HRT. That's what a doctor can do. We're not talking about therapists here. We're talking about clinicians at the NHS. The only things a clinician can do to address this are to be a pathway towards proper gender-oriented medical care. So to imply that the NHS clinical practice might lead these doctors to actually do something is to imply that they should be allowed to provide hormones or puberty blockers, which they don't want. So let's get it. Services must operate to the same standards as other services seeing children and young people with complex presentations and/or additional risk factors. Nothing statement. Expand capacity through a distributed service model based in pediatric services and with stronger links between secondary and specialist services. That could potentially be good. That's probably a good idea in general. Children/young people referred to NHS gender services must receive a holistic assessment of their needs, non-statement, to inform an individualized care plan, non-statement. This is obviously the case. All doctors already believe this. No doctor thinks, yes, when a new patient comes in, I must not adjust my care to their specific needs. Nobody disagrees with this. It's a nothing statement. This should include screening for neurodevelopmental conditions, including autism spectrum disorder and a mental health assessment. That's right. For the gender clinic, unlike every other medical need you might get addressed at the NHS, you need to have a full fucking mental health screening and an autism diagnosis check first, you know? All this is going to do is lead young people to hide symptoms of their depression, anxiety, and autism in an effort to get the care they desperately need. All this is going to do is make things worse. This is incentivizing people to never get a diagnosis for autism, depression, or anxiety because they will know that if they do, the Gender Services Clinic will never prescribe them until they're 25 hormone blockers or HRT. Standard evidence-based psychological and pharmacological treatment approaches should be used to support the management of the associated distress from gender incongruence and co-occurring conditions. Sorry. Associated distress from gender incongruence and co-occurring conditions, i.e., even though it's a gender clinic, all of a sudden, by the way, I like how these gender clinicians, like CASS has said, you know, we shouldn't overly stress the workers of the NHS, but now these gender clinicians also need to be managing anxiety, depression, and autism. Like, that's also something they need to be not only screening for, but addressing. You know, every gender clinician needs to spend like a minimum of 6 years convincing a patient that they're actually just autistic before they can be allowed to get on HRT. You know, in the NHS, getting hormones is a lot like converting to Judaism. You know, the rabbi is supposed to decline you conversion 3 times before you're actually allowed in. It's a lot like that, except instead of 3 times, it's for 8 years, you know? Including support for parents/carers and siblings as appropriate. By the way, does that sound strange to you? Standard evidence-based psychological treatment should be used to support the management of gender incongruence and co-occurring conditions, including support for parents, carers, and siblings as appropriate. Really? So that's also on the docket now. You think you might be trans, and the clinician is like, oh, we have to check for anxiety and depression and autism. And also, let's talk to your parents and siblings. Let's make this a whole family event, you know? Let's bring everyone down here. This definitely is an effective and efficient way of using the NHS's already overstrained resources and not just an insane wall that we're constructing in order to erect barriers, you know, between trans youth and any kind of medical care, you know? Like, why not? Yeah, why not bring the whole family down? Why not? Services should establish a separate pathway for pre-pubertal children and their families. Okay, in a vacuum, that's not a bad idea. Though I don't really know where that line is because I hit puberty at 9. So ensuring that they are... Oh! Didn't capitalize this. Didn't capitalize ensuring. Dog shit. Chimpanzees wrote this. Ensuring that they are prioritized for early discussion about how parents can best support their child in a balanced and non-judgmental way. This is a normal thing, by the way, for any kind of like youth care. I don't think there's anything innately wrong with it, right? Like involving the parents at some level. Like if you've got like a 10-year-old going in for stuff, of course the parents are going to be talked to about stuff, you know? That's fine. So let's see how this continues. When families/carers are making decisions about social transition of pre-pubertal children, services should ensure they can be seen as early as possible by a clinical professional with relevant experience. That's odd. I think that young people should be seen as quickly as is possible for this kind of care. But why would social transition be a flag that would get you priority screening? That just seems odd to me, you know? Just a little bit strange. NHS England should ensure that each regional centre has a follow-through service for 17 to 25-year-olds, either by extending the range of the regional children and young people service or through linked services to ensure continuity of care and support at a potentially vulnerable stage in their journey at 25 years old. 25. You could have joined the military. When do you join the military? Can you join it at 16 or 18 in the UK? I know that you can do that stupid, like, school military program earlier than that as well. 16? 9 years ago, you know, you could have been off in Afghanistan or whatever. I don't fucking know. 18 for combat? Okay, 16 for training, 18 for combat, whatever, yeah. 7 years ago, you could have been off in Afghanistan. You know, you could have been having pints for nearly a decade. But at 25, your vulnerable journey, the stage in the journey. There needs to be provision for people considering detransition. In a vacuum, this isn't bad, recognizing they may not wish to re-engage with the services whose care they were previously under. Excuse me? What is that implying? A person wants to detransition, but if you're specifically stating they might not want to re-engage with the services whose care they were previously under, the implication is the reason they're detransitioning is because they were poorly treated by those services beforehand. The implication is you were failed by those services beforehand. Like they've been abused, traumatized, duped, which is not the case, but that's the conservative narrative about gender clinics at the NHS, that you have 12-year-old girls going in there saying, I like playing with fire trucks, and the doctor's like, ooh, so you do. That means you're a boy. Let's get you top surgery, even though you're prepubescent somehow. Let's just give you 2 scars and throw you along the pipeline. Ooh. And then when they detransition at 18, it's like, well, because they were mishandled, you know? That's the narrative. This is a really weird thing to specify otherwise. A full program of research should be established to look at the characteristics, interventions, and outcomes of every young person presenting to the NHS Gender Services. So just by joining up for the NHS Gender Service, you're automatically opting in to all of your data being used for research purposes? That's kind of weird. I don't think that's normally the case for any other branch of medicine. Like, some demographic data is kept, to be sure, but like this sounds like a full research panel, you know? You have to opt into that normally, but whatever. A puberty blocker trial previously announced by NHS England should be part of a program of research which also evaluates the outcomes of psychosocial interventions and masculinizing/feminizing hormones. Sure. The option to provide masculinizing/feminizing hormones from age 16 is available, but the review recommends extreme caution. Caution. There should be a clear clinical rationale for providing hormones at this stage. So remember, the language of the review is all, there's not enough evidence to say this, there's not enough evidence to say that, and yet somehow we have the research basis to make claims with this degree of severity. Why? Like dozens and dozens of positive studies neglected. But this? There should be a clear clinical rationale for providing hormones at this stage rather than waiting until an individual reaches 18. Every case considered for medical treatment should be discussed at a national multidisciplinary team, MDT. Sorry, you're 16, you're like an adult in the UK, I think, at 16. Sorry, if you want hormones, something for which there's plenty of positive evidence for, you need your case referred to a national. Oh, by the way, just to parse the technical speak a little bit, multidisciplinary means that it's not just going to be gender clinicians on the team. It means it's probably going to be a panel from people of a bunch of different disciplines. And I bet you that one of those disciplines is going to be Tory politician or somebody appointed by them, okay? We're talking about an NHS managed multidisciplinary team set up specifically to assess hormone recommendations 16 to 18. I guarantee you this is not going to be like 5 gender clinicians, okay? I wasn't born yesterday. Oh, fantastic. LGB Alliance, the hate group that is majority by straight people, followed by Hillary Cass. Yeah. I love my nonpartisan, extremely moderate, meta-analysis being conducted by people who follow anti-trans hate groups on Twitter. That's very normal, you know. Isn't Chloe Cole also one of the researchers here? Or am I thinking of that's from somewhere else? I think I'm thinking of Chloe Cole from somewhere else. Implications of private healthcare on any future requests to the NHS for treatment monitoring and or involvement in research and the dispensing responsibilities of pharmacists of private prescriptions needs to be clearly communicated. i.e., we don't want private healthcare systems to be able to provide care for trans youth. We want the state to be able to oversee all of it. Normally, by the way, I'm in favor of the state overseeing private medical practice for obvious reasons, but it's pretty clear why they're doing it for this one. So those are the recommendations and key findings. Nice. That's pretty cool. We already looked over this page, which includes the types of research that they engaged in. Now, personally, I don't feel a need to go over the specific research here because I think this is clearly horseshit from the forefront, you know? Like, I reject the idea that this is a legitimately constructed, neutral, scientifically minded, medically, intended research paper, right? I don't believe that. So, you know, for the same reason that I don't think I should have to go through some, like, patriotic education source list at the bottom in order to feel that it's bullshit, I don't think I have to here either. But we're going to do it anyway, at least to the extent that we can, because if we went over all of the documentation from the CASS review, we would be here for multiple streams, and a lot of it would be boring, and a lot of it I wouldn't even be able to fully assess, because it's, you know, sort of meta literature analyst. Cass is almost certainly a pedophile. I'll believe that about anyone I disagree with. Quote, I still find this almost too upsetting to write down. Deluded girls having double mastectomies and losing sexual function before they've ever had an orgasm. Is that from her? I've heard that quote before. Was that from Cass? Oh, yeah. In her interim 2022 review. Oh, so she published that. Yeah, I doubt the scientific legitimacy of this. Oh, fuck off. The Telegraph. Come on. Well, I read the quote. Oh, yeah, the Labor Health Secretary retracted the comment trans women are women after the CASS review. Did she really? So in a published review, an interim review, that was the full review of which was commissioned by the NHS, she posted that she mourns the lost orgasms of prepubescent trans men. That's some... Okay. Well. I think the quote was actually the journalist. No, I don't think it was, is the thing. Oh, no. You're correct. I didn't see it because it was phrased really, really, really weirdly. the sentence is structured in a way that sounds like it's a quote from CASS, but it's not. It just follows a sentence clause of CASS into the opinion of the person writing the article. So that then is the opinion of Allison Pearson, not of CASS. However, I'll still say that the research here is being lauded by people who said the sort of things that I just said she said. So CASS's public Twitter account follows transgender trend. Nice. Labor's Wes Streeting no longer stands by statement trans women are women. Isn't it crazy how the Labor Party is already like 30 points ahead, and rather than like doing anything with that, all they're doing is saying like, hey, I know we're already 30 points ahead, but just to let you guys know, we hate trans people just as much as the Tories. This is why I really don't give a fuck who you guys vote for. It seems like the drain is being circled either way. The Labor Party doesn't believe in anything, so it's not like, I mean, they could just be Nazis. Who cares? Like, right? Like, why not? They don't believe in anything.
Women are women, self-criticism and reflection. If you'd asked me a few years ago on this topic, I would have said, trans men are men, trans women are women, some people are trans, get over it, let's move on, this is all blown out of proportion. And now I sort of sit and reflect and think, actually, there are lots of complexities.
Isn't that
and
the problem?
challenges.
Absolute wretched spinelessness. There is, in my mind, not a single difference meaningfully between the Tories and the Labour Party, because the Tories don't, the Labour Party doesn't believe anything. The Tories do. The Tories are socially conservative, reactionary, pro-business, etc., etc. They're racist too. They know what they stand for. What the fuck does the Labour Party stand for? They could be just as bad. They could be worse. Who knows? They don't believe in anything. By the way, in case you're wondering what the social fallout from the CASS review has been, J.K. Rowling was gloating on Twitter the other day about how she'll never forgive Emma Watson and Daniel Radcliffe for supporting trans people. They can save their apology, she says, assuming that they will apologize to her. She's definitely not mad, by the way. That sentence was filled with so much red wine and regular whining, too. Why the fuck would they care? J.K. Rowling will never be able to get over the fact that she lost literally all of her professional friends by becoming a reactionary. All she does is tweet about trans people. That's it. That's literally all she does day by day. She's a billionaire. She wakes up, she does that, she falls asleep. She probably has other people wipe her ass so she has more time with her fingers on the keyboard. Are the Lib Dems the only trans-affirming UK party? They've been more consistent than the Labour Party, yeah. She probably feels they owe her loyalty too. They do. She does. She has explicitly like agreed with people on Twitter who have said like, how dare they speak against you when you gave them their careers? You know, she's already done that. The Green Party is good as well. I don't trust Green parties in general, but maybe it is. You know. Anyway, this just describes the kind of research. Now, as for what we're going to look at, again, I'm not looking at every bit of research that they've done. However, we can look at this guideline or this publication, and we can look at their systematic reviews to get a feel for how they handle things. Does that sound good to you guys? Does that sound good? That sound good? Sound good? Good. Because I'm not doing any more than that. This is sickening for me to go over. These are systematic reviews of existing research concerning transgender people. Characteristics of children and adolescents referred to Specialist Gender Services, a systematic review. Database searches were performed on the 22nd of April, or sorry, not 22nd of April, April 2022, sorry, with results assessed independently by 2 reviewers. Peer-reviewed articles provided at least birth, registered sex, or age referral were included. Demographic, gender-related mental health, neurodevelopmental conditions, and adverse childhood experience data were extracted. A narrative approach to synthesis was used, where appropriate proportions were combined in a meta-analysis. So what did we learn from this? 143 studies across 17 countries were included. There was a 2-fold to 3-fold increase in the number of referrals and a steady increase in birth-registered females being referred. Remember, in the UK specifically, a ton of the fear-mongering is the idea that, like, our beautiful baby girls are being lied to by gender clinicians and by the internet, and they're being forced into being boys, you know? Like that's like a big obsession over there. There is inconsistent collection and reporting of key data across many of the studies. Approximately 60% of children/adolescents referred to services had made steps to present themselves in their preferred gender. Socially transition. Just under 50% of studies reported data on depression and or anxiety, and under 20% reported data on other mental health issues and neurodevelopmental conditions. Conclusions. Services need to capture, assess, and respond to the potentially co-occurring complexities of children/adolescents being referred to specialist gender and endocrine services. So what was the purpose of this? The purpose of this was to say, hey, trans children actually have autism or are depressive or anxious, or at least most of them are. More gender services should look for those sorts of things as a way of delegitimizing their actual gender identity. See, the goal here is, because think about it, right? If you're talking about a 10 or 11 or 12 or 13 or 14 or 15 or 16-year-old who's trans, do you think that kid is doing well mentally? Well, maybe, but there's probably at least some anxiety at least going on. I had anxiety when I was 14 years old and I was cis. You know? Like, we're talking about teenagers here. Depression, anxiety, find me a teenager that's not struggling with these on some level. Was? Yeah, was and am, and I'm saying was. Okay? The point is that basically everyone who is trans at that age, and then factor in the social discrimination or an unsupportive household, is going to have some kind of other issue with anxiety or depression. And the goal of the CASS review is to have gender clinicians look at it from that perspective as a way of delegitimizing the validity of their gender identity. You might notice we didn't see anything in that key findings section that described what a gender clinician could do to determine whether or not a youth was authentically transgender, even if they do have anxiety, depression, or autism. Isn't that interesting? All that effort they put into insisting a multidisciplinary, comorbidity-focused approach towards this, no effort at all into explaining how you determine whether or not a child actually is trans if they are anxious or depressive. Huh. Weird. Almost like they weren't planning on giving that care anyway. Now for another meta-analysis, or systemic review, I should say. Impact of social transition in relation to gender for children and adolescents. The method. Another systemic review in April 2022. Studies reporting any outcome of social transition, full or partial, for children and adolescents experiencing gender dysphoria/incongruence were included. Results. 11 studies were included, and most were of low quality. Okay. The majority were from the US, featuring community samples and cross-sectional analysis. Different comparator groups were used, and outcomes related to mental health and gender identity reported. Overall studies consistently reported no difference in mental health outcomes for children who socially transitioned across all comparators. I would be very surprised if that was the case. This is such like a niche and specific thing to focus on. The outcomes of social transition for under 18s, like that's a pretty narrow market here. But I mean, we can Google scholar. Social transition affects children. Okay, I'm just pulling one right off the top here. Gender Identity 5 Years After Social Transition, published in 2022. Backgrounds and concerns. Concerns about early childhood social transitions among trans youth include that these youth may later change their gender identification, a process which could be distressing. Okay? Methodology. Examine the rate of retransition, current gender identities of 317 initially transgender youth, participating in a longitudinal study, the Trans Youth Project. Okay? At the end of this period, most youth identified as binary transgender youth, including 1.3% who retransitioned to another identity before returning to their binary transgender identity. Wow. Even when only accounting for social transition, 94% stayed the cause without deviation. 1.3% returned after identifying as another identity. 7.3% had retransitioned at least once. Only 2.5% identified as cisgender. Okay. These results suggest that retransitions are infrequent. Okay, so this is more about the consistency and desistance rate than it is about whether or not there are good mental health outcomes. So that's good to know, right? I mean, the idea that desistance would be so low even when only talking about social transition? Existing research on the mental health correlates of social gender transition utilizes diverse methodologies. Words. A 2017 qualitative study of 5 parents of transgender girls between the ages of 8 and 11. Kuvalanka found that according to parents, social transition appeared to reduce distress and increase self-esteem and self-confidence among their children. Well, that's nice. Other reports from clinicians and parents following early childhood social transition have echoed similar findings, reporting improved mood in children and enhanced peer and caregiver relationships, as well as being viewed as protective for the child's happiness and well-being. Oh, well, I guess these are all low quality. These are admittedly smaller studies, but keep in mind that this CASS review thing, abomination, said difficult to assess due to small volume and low quality of research. Don't you think it would have been a little bit more scientifically valid for them to say, existing research indicates a positive trend, but we have questions about the quality and applicability of that research. That's what an actual researcher would do, by the way. If you're doing a review of existing research, you don't just say, it's difficult to assess, it's difficult to know. You say, existing research indicates X. However, more research is needed. That's what actual scientists do, by the way. And I would know because I've seen plenty of these fucking weaselly papers before. You know, the ones written for political effect rather than anything else. Yeah, and seriously, like, if you want, you can look at literature reviews and get some evidence to that effect. Euphoria, trans children and experiences of prepubertal social transition. By the way, I'm just pulling these off Google. I'm not, like, searching for ones that agree with me. So far, I'm literally just going off the top links. Method, bleh. Conclusion. This qualitative research complements existing quantitative research on the importance of social transition, with childhood affirmation critical to the happiness and well-being of trans children. Yeah, didn't feel the need to even indicate the existing trend. Overall studies consistently reported no difference in mental health outcomes for children who socially transitioned across all comparators. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they should have Googled it. Reaching out to the CASS review to ask them if they Googled it. All right, well, that's the second that we're looking at. The next meta-analysis, or I keep calling them meta-analyses when they're not, systematic review. The next systematic review. Psychosocial support interventions for children and adolescents experiencing gender dysphoria or incongruence. A systematic review. Methods. Review in April 2022 with results assessed independently by 2 reviewers. Wait, what are we assessing here? 10 studies were included. Half were conducted into the U.S. Most studies were of low quality. Most analyses of mental health and psychosocial outcomes showed either benefit or no change, with none indicating negative or adverse effects. See, there you go. This unironically is a better example of how you do it. You can say the existing research is not like extensive enough, you know, though it is worth pointing out that while existing research on all of this as it applies to trans youth is relatively sparse, we have massive amounts of evidence to indicate that it's beneficial from people 18 and up, right? So if you think about it, you know, if we have limited research indicating very positive outcomes for youth and extensive research indicating positive outcomes for adults, like, I don't know, that seems pretty good, right? Like, think about that in the context of literally any other element of medical science. Like, okay, we have some research for young people, but it hasn't been done on young people for that long, you know, but we also have bunches and bunches from adults, and that's worked out well. Maybe that's something we should mention, you know, maybe that's something we should factor in. Nah. Anyway, this one seems boring. Interventions to suppress puberty in adolescents experiencing gender dysphoria or incongruence, a systematic review. So here we are talking about puberty blockers. As with all of their other systematic... By the way, how much time are they spending on these systematic reviews for all of them to have been performed in April 2022? Like, is that not also a bit of a red flag? Really? You guys just knocked out 6 systematic reviews for an NHS commissioned paper that you wouldn't release for another 2 years in a single month. Really? Like, yeah, it's such a fucking hack job, exactly. A systematic review and narrative synthesis performed in April 2022. An adapted version of the Newcastle Ottawa scale for cohort studies was used to appraise study quality. Only moderate quality and high quality studies were synthesized. The preferred reporting items for systematic reviews and meta-analyses reporting guidelines were used. 11 cohort, 8 cross-sectional, and 31 pre-post studies were included. 1 cross-sectional study was high quality, 25 studies were moderate quality, and 24 were low quality. I wonder if we could, like, if I had the time and I cared, which I don't and I don't, going over and seeing, like, coincidentally, the 24 that were low quality were the most, like, positive on youth puberty blockers. Synthesis of moderate quality and high quality studies showed consistent evidence demonstrating efficacy for suppressing puberty. Whoa! Height increased in multiple studies, although not in line with expected growth. Yeah, you're suppressing puberty. Multiple studies reported reductions in bone density during treatment. Oh, we're doing this shit again. The bone density thing, this is such a niche, marginal thing. The bone density problem addresses itself if you just take the hormones. You're supposed to... You're not supposed to just take puberty blockers and not take hormones. You suppress the puberty and then you take the... That's the whole point. And if you just stop taking the puberty blockers, you get the regular hormones from the endocrine system kicking into gear, you know? Limited and/or inconsistent evidence was found in relation to gender dysphoria, psychological and psychosocial health, body satisfaction, cardiometabolic risk, cognitive development, and fertility. Well, I can give you the answers to a lot of these. Taking puberty blockers won't solve gender dysphoria because all puberty blockers do is prevent puberty. They don't make any prescriptive changes to your body. If a person has gender dysphoria as a prepubescent, that's not going to be affected by taking hormone blockers because all you're doing is preventing something they don't want to happen. The gender dysphoria is caused by their feelings about their body now, so it wouldn't affect that. Likewise with body satisfaction. How would body satisfaction be improved by hormone blockers? It's keeping the body you have. If a person is dissatisfied with their body as it is now, and then they take the hormone blocker that prevents your body from changing, why would that improve body satisfaction? All that's doing is preventing it from getting worse. Like this is like asking like if people's mental health or well-being improved after getting put on the machine that prevents their disease from getting worse. Like it's still the thing they're upset about is still the same. No, the people who take hormone blockers don't want to stay prepubescent forever. They just don't want to experience the puberty their body was going to go through anyway. I can't really speak to cardiometabolic risk, but please keep in mind that puberty blockers were taken by precocious puberty sufferers in the 80s onward, and I really think that if cardiometabolic risk was a significant factor, we would know about it because this medicine has been in use for decades. It's only gotten controversial now that we're using it for trans people. Cognitive development, this is in reference to that horseshit fear-mongering belief that blocking puberty makes you stupid. It doesn't. There were studies that found that for cisgender children who had precocious puberty, like they were getting puberty at like 6 or 7, which is too early to be having puberty, puberty accelerates development, including cognitive development. So what they were finding was cis children who experienced precocious puberty had their IQ rise faster. But that wasn't because they were just innately smarter. It was because they were tapering off sooner. Whereas cisgender children who had precocious puberty but went on puberty blockers, their IQ didn't rise as sharply, but there wasn't any evidence that it would then like level off at a lower point. Does that make sense? Here, I'll draw it. This is like a common argument. Here, okay. I'm gonna draw 2 lines. Okay? Is that okay? Here. Okay. The red line is precocious puberty without puberty blockers. And that's like cognitive development, okay? The blue line is precocious puberty with puberty blockers. So, yeah. Like that. See? There you go. Right there. So during this time period right here, there were studies done which led people to ask, do puberty blockers make you stupider than you would be otherwise? You understand? That was what the studies were on. But the studies showed that as time went on, and the puberty factor leveled out, both with or without puberty blockers, the IQ averaged to the same point. Does that make sense? Okay. Just making sure. Oh, and for the last point, fertility. I'm going to blow your guys' minds. Yeah, taking puberty blockers suppresses fertility. That's kind of the point. Yes. Look at the dishonest way they summarize this, by the way. There is a lack of high-quality research. No conclusions can be drawn about the impact on gender dysphoria, mental or psychosocial health, or cognitive development. No conclusions can be drawn because they're dishonestly assessing it for the wrong things. Puberty blockers aren't meant to cure dysphoria. They're meant to give you time to make a decision about whether or not you want to get on hormones. Bone health and height might be compromised during treatment. See, like they're willing to make prescriptive statements, even with the maybe. Notice that? No conclusions can be drawn about these factors we've decided to arbitrate over. Bone health and height may be compromised. You know, we won't make a statement about anything without conclusive evidence. 5 million studies saying that transgender healthcare works? No. Those weren't high quality enough. But, you know, something may be bad, so we're going to include that in the conclusion. Is everyone who's watching, is everyone understanding why I'm trying to explain how this is dishonestly constructed? You get me, right? Like, it's not just the central premise is faulty or the conclusions are faulty. This entire thing was set up as a hack job by partisans by people who, again, the person who led Dr. Cass, the person who led this, today is in the newspapers defending conversion therapy. She follows hate groups on Twitter. This is not a neutral medical report. Masculinizing and feminizing hormone interventions for adolescents experiencing gender dysphoria, a systematic review. Let's just skip right to it. 12 cohort, 9 cross-sectional, and 32 pre-post studies were included. One cohort study was high quality. Oh, I bet. Other studies were moderate or low quality. Synthesis of high and moderate quality studies showed consistent evidence demonstrating induction of puberty, although with varying feminizing/masculinizing effects. Yeah, obviously, that's how regular puberty works too. But that's how normal puberty works too. Not every guy ends up looking like me, and not every fucking girl ends up with double D's. What if like okay? There was limited evidence regarding gender dysphoria, body satisfaction, psychosocial cognitive outcomes, and fertility. Guys, I literally have this in my research document. This is in the fucking like Cornell What We Know meta-analysis. We know for a fact that people are satisfied with the results of their hormones. Like, I'm not even for youth studies. Okay, we know that. Like, it's such a waste of time when we know they're like dishonestly summarizing things. Yeah, this isn't new. Evidence from mainly pre-post studies with 12-month follow-up showed improvement in psychological outcomes. There you go, even they can't deny it. Inconsistent results were observed for height/growth, bone health, and cardiometabolic effects. Most studies included adolescents who received puberty suppression, making it difficult to determine the effects of hormones alone. Yeah, no shit. Why would youth receive only HRT when they're still going through hormones? Like, why would a assigned male at birth person, a trans girl, going through male puberty, just get estrogen? Obviously, you would suppress the androgen as well. Like, okay. Conclusion. There is a lack of high-quality research assessing the use of hormones. Moderate quality evidence suggests mental health may be improved during treatment, but robust studies still required. Again, look at the bias in their language. There might be some evidence of mental health improvement. There's tons of it. But robust study is still required. For other outcomes, no conclusions can be drawn. Again, like, everything good is either non-existent or downplayed. Everything bad is either fabricated or overstated. Consistently, every single time. This one is just on care pathways. It's more about like the logistics of the NHS than it is any specific research. So I don't have much to say about it, I think. And then this is a whole write-up on the evidence for puberty blockers and hormone treatment, which they say is inadequate. But we've basically just gone over the research that they offered in order to prove that point, and I am unsatisfied. There are also reviews of international guidelines and international survey. But frankly, I think this has gone on long enough. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with this. It's a disgusting hack job created by people who hate you and presumably want you dead. Under normal circumstances, I would say that it's just a hack job, but the fact that Dr. Cass is following hate groups on Twitter and is advocating for caution in the ban of torture, conversion therapy, that makes me think that she just wants you dead. Like, that goes beyond just it being a hack job. Highly politically motivated. Yeah, not to mention the whole, apparently her working with or meeting up with DeSantis. Though I would need to look more into that. Let me see if I can find that. Here we go. Is this it? Not DeSantis, just the quack he put in charge of trans policy. New trial exhibits in Doe versus Ladapo. DOH. Hillary Cass met Segam's Patrick Hunter to discuss Florida's anti-trans report. You don't say. What do you think it says that Patrick Hunter, let me see. Patrick K. Hunter versus transgender people from Transgender Map. Patrick Kieran Hunter, a signatory on American Academy of Pediatrics Resolution 27, protect consensus care for those. Ron DeSantis appointed Hunter to the Florida Board of Medicine, and he's done anti-trans writing since. What do you think it says about CASS, the person who the NHS hired to do this, that she's meeting with fascists appointed to political boards for the specific purpose of writing anti-trans screeds, you know? K409K, what I'm saying is they're using selective passive language. That's the point that I'm making. This whole thing is meant to be a hack job that mimics the language of a nonpartisan, neutral medical write-up, when in reality it might as well be like a Trump Truth Social tweet. I give it as much respect. It's worthless. None of their lying will ever change the fact that trans people exist in greater numbers than ever before and with greater recognition than ever before, and it is plain to the eyes of any who look to see that trans people are happy when they're given access to the medical care that they want. They ask you to ignore the evidence of your eyes and your ears. You know, if you ask these conservative hacks and freaks what they think about it, they'll tell you this and that. They'll ignore whatever evidence they have to. You go meet with actual trans people, and it's very clear what they want and what they need. They are railing against truth as a concept here, and for that reason, they are eternally on the back foot. They are demons, reeing at the sky. Not greater numbers, greater recognition. No, I think there are more trans people. I reject the idea that being trans is a deviation from being a cis, because I don't think gender should exist. I think that being cisgender is as much a social contagion as being transgender, to the extent that both of them are contextualized by the acknowledgement of something called gender, a social construct. Therefore, it's all a social mandate, you know? I think that there could be more or less gay or straight or trans people. I think that being gay or straight or trans isn't that much different conceptually from being, I don't know, really into trains or whatever else. Social factors can influence the extent to which you are or aren't. I reject the moralizing about there being more trans people. And if you argue against that, the implication is that there being more trans people is somehow a bad thing. No, don't worry. There won't be more trans people. We're just recognizing the ones that exist. I say fuck that. I don't give a fuck if half people are trans. Look, I only care about this, okay? I only care about two things. One, keep the birth rates up. And I'm really sorry, guys. It's confusing, it's wacky, it's difficult to understand, but trans people can breed too. A lot of them don't because they're poor and they live in areas where rent is $5 trillion a second, but they're capable of it. And by the way, it's kind of like how lesbians and gays can breed too. If they really want a kid, it's not that difficult to find. Life finds a way is what I'm saying, okay? I think it'll be fine. No evidence found as of yet that the social normalization of gay people has contributed to a lower birth rate. So same for trans people, presumably. And secondly, and this is where trans people do, as a matter of fact, draw my ire, I want to occasionally, just sometimes at least, win when I'm playing an online fighting game. And the more trans people there are, the less likely that becomes. Now, I will admit that does vex me. We need to maintain some kind of sizable cisgender population because I'm good for a cis, but skill issue? Yes, it literally is. Thank you. Vosh, the implication of your view is that conversion therapy could then work. The fact that it doesn't work shows there's material truth to being trans or LGBT. Not entirely. A good question and one worth responding to. For one, just because somebody is made something by social factors doesn't necessarily mean they can be tortured out of it. For example, what torture could make me not like trains? Me liking trains is a product of my social environment. Obviously, trains didn't exist 300 years ago. If I was born 300 years ago, I couldn't have liked them. It's not a product of my biology. Only the existence and exposure of trains could make me like them. What torture could make me not like them? See, the brain just doesn't work that way. Also, the implication of conversion therapy is that, you know, there's any worth or value in the conversion, which is what I reject, of course, fundamentally. Even if you could make a transgender person cisgender through the mildest of torture, or not even torture at all, why? Why then would we? Who cares? Why would we want to? Who cares? So you're saying you got to get them when they're young? I think the most effective way of preventing me from having ever liked trains would have been to have kept me from ever learning about them. And much in the same way, I think you could probably reliably prevent young AMAB people from becoming trans girls by making sure they never see or hear about a girl. So get on it. You know, just their whole lives, you know? Just, yeah. Gonna turn all of society into one of those like Eastern Orthodox monasteries where like a bunch of men live up on a hilltop in Greece and like never leave or ever see women. There are some Orthodox monasteries that are so patriarchal they don't allow women onto the premises, and they'll actually kill female animals. Like if they'll have, if they find out like an animal that's kept there is female, they'll maybe they only used to do that and they don't now. But yeah, they're living in constant contemplation of you know, masculinity. They be fucking big up there, right? They be big fucking up there, right? There's no way. You can visit if you're a guy. Yeah, Mount Athos. Women are prohibited from entering the area governed by the monastic community of Greek law. By the way, Greek law backs this up. It's not just monastery law. And by religious tradition. There you go, lads. This is where you can prevent transgender women from existing. If you take a young boy here and raise them up here, they cannot become trans. They will never know about woman. Kind of dope looking, though. Like, pretty view. What's their policies on trans guys? Well, it's the Greek Orthodox church, so probably not good. All right, folks. I'm really sorry, but that ended up running long, so I'm going to have to read donations tomorrow, and I will do politics tomorrow. I know that the final segment of today's stream was a bit of a bummer, but I enjoyed it, and I feel like we did a pretty good takedown there. I mean, outside of, like, spending 16 hours, like, cross-reviewing research, which I have no interest in doing for such a blatantly propagandistic document, you know, that was it. It's 3! Stream longer? Yeah. It's 4 a.m. my time? Oh, 4 my time. Gotcha. 3 a.m. It's 5 here. Yeah, crazy how time works. I will read donations tomorrow. I'm sorry for not reading them now, but I gotta go. I have an errand to run in addition to the fact that I am, as always, a hungry boy. Who can I host? Who am I not on bad terms with? Nope. What about YouTube? Unless I just raid the Antifada podcast Twitch account, as funny as that would be. No, not on YouTube either. All right. Not the serfs. I haven't talked to Lance in like a year. It's probably safe to assume. Are we on good terms with KF Logan? I don't know. Guys, I don't really talk to people that often behind the scenes, you know? Can you imagine how weird social environments are for me? I can't keep track of who does or doesn't think I'm Hitler. I don't know. You know, it's fine. It's fine. He dropped his white leaf site after your folder leak, so I wouldn't raid into it. He dropped his white leaf site? Oh, fuck that. Wait, are you referring to Lance or Logan? Lance dipped? Oh, well, the mandate of heaven has been removed from the serfs. I guess I'll just leave then. All right, guys. I love you very much. Oh, hold on. Wait. And I wanted to show you guys, okay? Seriously. Look at how light. Ooh. Look at how light this t-shirt is. Look at how it drapes. Look at that. I don't think that it looks very good when it's like just hanging on its own, but I think tucked in, it's so billowy when you move around. Who made the t-shirt? Buck Mason. What's it made from? Oh, just cotton, but the weave is very light. It's also mildly transparent or translucent. Translucent, but you can't tell because it's like gray, so. All right, I gotta go. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Please take care. Oh, also, I wanted to make a sincere and impassioned plea here at the end of the stream. I've been trying to play game streams a little bit more often because I end up talking politics during them anyway, and it's pretty fun. And I just want to say that I normally do those later in the evening. Now, all the people here in my VGG chat already know this, and this is repeat information for them. But if you're in YouTube chat and you're thinking, what does he get up to in them gosh darn late night video game streams? Okay, I just got to say, they're pretty fun. I'm definitely not just saying this because I spent too much in clothes the other day, and I'm about to go spend more in clothes, and I really want to... Because CTS stream's going. All right, it's been great. I'll read those tomorrow. Bye.